Good morning, colleagues. Shall we make a start? I would like to welcome members of the public to this meeting of Cambridgeshire County Council, particularly those watching the live stream on the Council's YouTube channel. As you are all aware by now, Cambridgeshire County Council supports the principle of transparency and encourages filming, recording, and taking photographs at its meetings that are open to the public. Members are advised that this meeting may therefore be filmed, recorded, or photographed. Please, can I ask all members to turn their mobile phones to silent or vibrate whilst this meeting is taking place? There is no fire alarm test scheduled for today, so if the alarm sounds, I will adjourn the meeting and we will all make our way briskly downstairs via the fire escape in the corridor behind you. The muster point is at the very far end of the building, the bit that's not on fire. So, I have received apologies from Councillors Bird, Hoy, MacDonald, Dr. Van der Ven, Simon King, Billington, Howell, Connor, Sharp, French. Mrs. Rowe, anyone who I've left out?
No.
Splendid, thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes of the meeting of the Council held on the 16th of July 2024. The Council is asked to agree these as a correct record. If any member does not agree, would you raise your hand now? Splendid, thank you very much. I shall sign the minutes as a true record. An updated motions log is included in the published papers for this meeting for your information in order to report on progress. Whilst I will not be reopening the debate on any motion in the motions log, I will take questions and comments. If you wish to pursue actions further, you will need to contact the allocated officer outside of this meeting. Councillor Gulsack.
Thank you and good morning, Chairman. Thank you. My point is on page 22, reference 232A. It's on the Mill Lane flooding. I know we like to take as long as we can sometimes over actions, but do we really have to wait until November 25 before we get an action, please?
I'm sure the relevant director will take this up. I don't know if Councillor Beckett has anything he wishes to add. The answer is no, Councillor Beckett. There is no...
That generally or today?
So, sorry?
Sorry, it doesn't matter.
Thank you for that, Councillor Gulsack. Councillor Count.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've got two action logs that I want to draw attention to. The first one is quite interesting because it's actually a motion from Councillor Alex Beckett, the Chair of Highways, and that was to pilot restrictions on pavement parking. The motion was passed July 19th, 2022, and today's update is this has now been passed to Greater Cambridge Partnership to implement. An assessment will be carried out once the trial has been implemented. So it took 2 years from this full council motion for the County Council Highways under the Chair of Highways to the motion, the proposal achieved for actually to say somebody else please do this at some point in the future. I don't think this is great performance and I think that it's needed drawing attention of the council. The second one I want to bring your attention to, Chair, page 14, minute 173D from Councillor Bill Hunt. This was Councillor Hunt was seeking to reclassify for safety reasons the A1421 to a B road. Those of you who were at that meeting will recall that there was an amendment put forward. Instead of reclassification, options would go to a Highways and Transport Committee in the future. That included, and I quote here, evaluate options to reduce traffic and traffic speeds and improve road safety. Now, this was put forward by the joint administration, in my opinion, to kick it down the road, but you would have had us believe that this was an important piece of work because it was done, because it went to Highways and Transport Committee and is now marked in the action log as completed. However, I seek to disagree. It is not completed on that subject at all, because when you look at the Highways and Transport Committee report, it says potential physical traffic calming measures could include raised features such as speed cushions or raised tables, build outs or pinch points. However, any proposal would be subject to further discussion with local stakeholders, wider consultation and detailed design work. So to be clear on this was kicked down the road promising to evaluate options. Instead of evaluating options, it took all this while to say, if somebody brings some options forwards, we will evaluate them. That does not satisfy the motion. That motion is incomplete. When I say that's incomplete, whilst it was initiated by a Conservative councillor, it was amended and fully supported by the joint administration. So it is all of our actions that are incomplete in this instance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cant. The relevant members and directors will take note of your comments, and I think probably a couple of questions in there too. Splendid. Thank you very much. I move on now to the next item, which is Chair's announcements, and I have several announcements to make today. I have, colleagues, on your behalf, expressed sympathy and support for the people of Southport. The horrific events there have left the nation shocked and saddened. Cambridgeshire County Council shares that sense of shock here in Cambridgeshire. It has been deeply moved by the dignity shown by the families of the children who lost their lives, Elsie Dot Stancombe, Alice De Silva Aguiar, and BB King, and of those injured. Their strength is an example to us all. The Council's thoughts and prayers are with all those affected. Sally Cartwright has been appointed as the Council's new Director of Public Health to drive improvements in the health and well-being of the residents of Cambridgeshire. She joins us from a similar role at Luton Borough Council, where she has provided strong strategic leadership to develop the delivery of priorities post-COVID. Sally will take up her role here at Cambridgeshire in January 2025. Tim Spears has been appointed as the Council's new Service Director, Customer and Digital Services. His most recent role was Director of Digital at Oxfordshire County Council, and he has previously worked in district authorities and has extensive private sector experience. He started with us on the 20th of August. I'm delighted to report that Sarah Gorn, Business Partner for Children's Workforce Learning and Development, Joanna Cook, Learning Advisor, and Sarah Smith, Senior Learning Advisor, all link officers with research and practice for colleagues across children, education and families, received a highly commended award in the newcomers category at the Research and Practice Link Officers annual meeting on the 26th of September 2024. The Council has been shortlisted for 2 Local Government Chronicle National Workforce Awards for 2024. The Best Next Generation Employer Award seeks to recognise councils or groups of councils working to address through initiatives to recruit and retain people under 30, either across the organisation or in one specific service area. The Best Wellbeing Innovation Award is aimed at councils that have demonstrated a commitment to the mental and physical well-being of their staff, and that really stands out from the crowd with its offer. The final awards will take place on the 5th of November 2024, and we wish them luck. The Council is also a shortlisted finalist for the Social Worker of the Year Awards 2024. It has been shortlisted in the category of Supportive Social Work Employer, with a focus particularly on its adult social workers and the work of the Learning and Development team to support them. It is also shortlisted for a member of the Learning and Development team in Human Resources for the award of Practice Educator of the Year, so both individual and collective recognition opportunities, which demonstrate the strong partnership between Adults Health and Commissioning and the Human Resources Service in respect of delivering the Council's People Strategy and its Adults Workforce Development Framework. The winner of these awards will also be announced in November. I'm very happy to share with colleagues that Ellie James completed her charity sail, sailing the equivalent of the English Channel at Grafham Water for papyrus prevention of young suicide, and has so far raised £1,865. She will still be grateful for any further donations that you may wish to make in the course of your lunch break. As Chair of Council, I attended the following events: Historic County Flag Raising at New Shire Hall, Change of Command at RAF Alconbury, Open Day at Grafham Water Centre, Merchant Navy Day Flag Raising at New Shire Hall, RAF Whitton Annual Reception, St Ives Civic Parade and Service, Emergency Services Flag Raising at New Shire Hall, Shakespeare at the George, new location launch event, now at Buckton Towers, Every Space launch event at March Library, visit by His Royal Highness the Duke of Gloucester to Nestlé Perino in Wisbech, Cambridge United Foundation's Gala Dinner, the Chevron Service and Harvest Festival at Great St Mary's, Cambridge, Huntingdon Police Memorial Day Service, opening of a permissive path in Isleham. Did I get that right?
No, Isleham.
I took very, very, very detailed notes from the chair of the parish council. So there's obviously schism locally. I continue. British Empire Medal investitures, the High Sheriff's Justice Service at Great St Mary's in Cambridge, and citizenship ceremonies welcoming over 500 new British citizens. On my behalf, the Vice Chair attended the opening of the Paris 1924 Sport, Art and the Body exhibition at the Fitzwilliam Museum, the Mayor of Godmanchester's Civic Service, Ramsey Town Council's Civic Service, and the reopening of the Sunken Garden Memorial. And on my behalf, the Emeritus Chair, Councillor Ferguson, attended the Mayor of Rushton's Civic Service at St Mary's Church in Rushton. That concludes today's Chair's announcements. The next item is declarations of interests. Under this item, members are asked to declare interests under the Code of Conduct in any item on the agenda for today's meeting if they are not registered in the Register of Interests. May I have any declarations now, please? Splendid. None. The next item is public question time, which allows members of the public to ask questions at the council meeting, provided they have given advance notice. Members will wish to note, given the significance of agenda item number 6 on the agenda today, I have exercised my discretion and accepted any eligible public questions submitted before the deadline. The Council has received notice of 10 questions, the content of which has been circulated electronically to all members and published on the Council's website. I'm changing the order slightly, so I'd like first to invite Mr. Howard Kettle, the Vice Chair of Stapleford Parish Council, to come forward and ask his question first. Do we have... Hello. You are very welcome, Mr. Kettle. Please take your time, and when you're ready, if you'd like to put your question, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
In 2017, you, the County Council, proposed a scheme to connect the campuses along the A1307. With all the existing public services directly serving the campus, including the Haverhill service, which incidentally can't run on the proposed bus road as they are double-deckers, the proposed bus lane would transform travel and eliminate hold-ups. However, Mayor James Palmer introduced his Cambridge Autonomous Metro scheme, and because bus lanes along the A1307 didn't meet his criteria, the GCP had to opt for the bus road through the Green Belt. And they achieved this at the public consultation by proposing 3 routes, 2 along the A1307 and 1 off-road route, of which 60% of the votes were for the 2 on-road routes and 40% for the off-road route. So by cleverly splitting the vote, the GCP appeared to achieve public consensus. But in 2021, the new mayor dropped his scheme. The GCP, having spent years and significant public money progressing the scheme, ploughed on. A new justification served the villages was found, but that the route passes more than 1 mile from the centres of Babraham, Sawston, Stapleford and Shelford, which both the Chartered Institution of Highways and Transportation and Transport for London consider far too far to walk. There is significant local support for the alternative, which has almost all of the benefits of the off-road scheme, but a cost saving of more than £100 million and doesn't release land for development that this road would unleash in the Green Belt. Furthermore, this route doesn't require a Transport and Works Act order and the cost and delay of a public inquiry. So work could begin immediately and in 2 years' time would be complete. And each stage would bring its own immediate benefits. Everything.
Mr. Kettle, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you've had your 2 minutes. So if you want to very briefly put your question, that would be helpful.
Everything has changed, but this choice hasn't. Will councillors consider the alternative that achieves similar benefits, more directly connects the campuses with the existing bus services, can be achieved years quicker, does not threaten the loss of 5 miles to Greenbelt and costs £100 million less?
Thank you, Mr. Kettle. Right, thank you for that. Councillor Machini, you have 2 minutes, and I won't give you any extra moments.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Howard, for coming. And I would like to thank you for the continued engagement, and on behalf of Shelford as well. I know we have had many conversations on this issue. As you are aware, the current option being progressed was selected after extensive engagement and consultation, and indeed there have been 5 public consultations as part of the scheme's development. I know it doesn't make for pleasant reading for those opposed to the scheme, but the current alignment was supported by a majority at every stage of those consultations. Following the cancellation of CAM, which was cancelled because nobody can afford it, the 3 options mentioned were reassessed, with the current off-road option still considered to be the most appropriate solution, because we have got many different needs that we have to consider. It was not possible for the busway stops to be situated perfectly central to the villages along the route, but the busway is still accessible for the residents of these villages, and the technical work clearly shows significant bus use from these locations. In the case of Sawston, the busway will directly serve new developments situated to the east of the village, in addition to existing residences, and will contribute to reducing additional private vehicle movements, which is one of the many key ideas behind the scheme. Routes using the busway will continue on to Linton and Haverhill, and will therefore provide services from these villages as well into the CBC and into the heart of Cambridge. And it also helps to anyone looking to utilise Cambridge South to travel out to the villages or other campuses from Cambridge South. Now, finally, I am afraid that the suggestion that the alternatives would be completed very quickly and would be significantly less expensive is not correct. If we scrap the proposals that we have worked up to now to deliver, we will have to start a new process from scratch, new consultations and further decisions by many local authorities and stakeholders, and this would take many, many years. One of the themes that
Thank you for that. I will now invite Mr. Kettle to put any supplementary question that he has. Mr. Kettle, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. I agree there have been 5 consultations. Almost all of them were for detailed changes, slight alignment changes, for example, with the Countryside Park, dissecting the Countryside Park from the retirement village in Stapleford. The fact is that the LLF, of which I was a member, wasn't democratically functioning. It was overweighed by people. The papers that were produced as a result weren't sufficiently analysed and published by the GCP. And in terms of Haverhill, double-deckers run to Haverhill. They can't run on the busway because of the low bridge at Long Road. And in terms of spent money, well, that money has gone through. There's no argument for arguing to spend more money just because money has been spent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kettle. Councillor Machini, you have 2 minutes to respond to any of those points.
Thank you very much. I don't think in a minute I can answer all of them. However, in terms of
2 minutes.
2 minutes, there you go. Fine, I will answer all of them. No, I think the point is, in terms of double deckers, I mean, the point is that you're going to get those buses into the travel hub and then the single deckers will move on. That's one of the points. And the other point, of course, is that you can't essentially, you're not going to be able to run direct services from everywhere. That's the point behind the travel hubs. For how the LLF process was managed and the notes that the GCP made, etc. I mean, we've got every record of that on our website, and I will make sure that officers send you everything we've got, which I think you've probably seen already. And if you've got questions as to the accuracy of anything behind that, I will be very happy to personally take that up. I think that's probably enough. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Mr. Kettle, thank you very much for your questions. We very much appreciate you coming along to ask them this morning. Thank you. I'd now like to invite Mr. John Latham. This is very exciting. We are having a slight technical issue. I will wait for the nod. I think we're okay. Splendid. Right. I'd like to invite Mr. John Latham, the chairman of Hobson's Conduit Trust, to come forward and ask his question, please. Sorry, Mr. Kettle. It all got a little technical there. Thank you very much. Mr. Latham, when you have collected yourself, you have 2 minutes. Take your time. Thank you very much for coming.
In the middle. Thank you, Chair. Good morning. For 4 centuries, Hobson's Conduit has brought clear, clean spring water from 9 wells to the centre of Cambridge. This was Cambridge's principal public water supply for 250 years and still supplies the listed Botanic Garden and College Gardens. For 2 centuries, 9 wells has been jointly owned by the city and the university and is managed as a local nature reserve by the city. It's a vital area of habitat and a treasured community asset, providing a unique area of tranquility and beauty for residents and for those who work at Addenbrooke's and on the biomedical campus. The trustees are very concerned about the severe detrimental impact of GCP's CSET scheme on 9 wells, on the brook, and to their settings. The mitigation for the scheme currently being offered by GCP is inadequate. It will be highly visually intrusive, enclosing 9 wells, placing a huge concrete bridge over the brook and creating a 15-metre square sterile concrete cavern. We've asked for more subtle crash barriers clad in wood, as the high embankment around 9 wells would be topped with metal motorway-style crash barriers. This massive scheme is completely unnecessary when the alternative is a relatively short stretches of bus lane on the A1307, some of which already exist. No bridges or elevated sections would be required. The A1307 alternative is what the trustees of Hobson's Conduit much prefer, as it completely avoids 9 wells whilst better serving the destinations. We would like to know why GCP persists in pushing for this unpopular, extravagant, unfunded, and environmentally damaging scheme.
Thank you, Mr. Latham. Councillor Machini, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, John, for coming. And the project team really do understand and are acutely aware of the potential local impact on 9 wells. And if the decision today is to formalise a submission to the Secretary of State, we are committed to continuing the engagement on the project with the local community as part of and beyond the national planning inquiry that is to follow. As we are required, the environmental statement has assessed the impact of CSETs on 9 wells, both during constructions and once the busway is operational. The environmental statement acknowledges that 9 wells is a sensitive area, and during construction there will be an adverse effect on views due to the construction compound. This is temporary. Once the busway is operational, the bridge over Hobson's Brook will be a new feature, but it will be integrated in landscape terms with the existing rail bridge, and the landscape planting will soften the appearance of both of these. Drains, swales, and sods measures will minimize the impact on the surface watercourse. No adverse effects at all are predicted to the water quality. The busway will have light usage, so the absolute maximum of buses that will ever run on the busway is 24 an hour, and in the fullness of time, these are all expected to be electric. This is significantly less than a road, and therefore the potential impact from runoff is also negligible. The ecological and landscape impacts from the on-road alternative are much more challenging. It is far from clear that the proposed bus lanes can be accommodated within the highway boundary. In fact, I know for a fact in many places they can't. And it could be extremely challenging if you require removal of the hedgerows and landscaped areas adjacent to the A1307 by Wandlebury Park and over the Gogmagogs themselves. The CSET proposals will offer a significant amount of net biodiversity gain, which we are committed to procure above and beyond the legal requirement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Latham, you have a minute for a supplementary question, reply, or a clarification.
Thank you, Chair. I regret that at the moment the mitigation being offered is quite inadequate. There was an offer of more land being available around 9 wells to act as a barrier. That was removed for reasons that are not necessarily directly the responsibility of GCP. However, what's currently on offer will be extremely damaging to 9 wells, As I said before, Nine Wells is a vital area. There's a growing local population. There's a lot of wildlife at stake. It's an area that requires nurturing. And until we see some real steps forward, which I'm gratified from Councillor Moschini's reply that the GCP is willing to continue to work on, the view of the Trust is that what's on offer is wholly inadequate and is completely contrasting with the alternative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Latham. Councillor Moschini.
I will very, very quickly say that not just in terms of materials, if there's any more materials consideration that we want to make in terms of what the barriers are made of and where they are, I will definitely commit the organisation to look at that again, including anything else in terms of, if we can, additional land, but also additional planting, anything at all that we can do, we'll carry on the consultation on that. The fact remains that the alternatives on offer are worse, and that unfortunately we can't escape it. Thank you.
Mr. Latham, thank you very much for coming along and asking your questions this morning. It's much appreciated. We move on now to the third public question. Can I ask Mr. Nick Kirby, who is on Zoom, to ask his question?
Thank you. So I'm the Managing Director for CBC Limited, which is a non-profit collaboration between the organisations that work on the Cambridge Biomedical Campus to realise shared ambitions in health, education and life sciences. Collectively, our organisations employ over 22,000 people with over 700 apprentices and contribute an estimated £4.2 billion each year GVA to the UK economy. We are advocates for improved public transport to the campus and across the wider city region, and indeed have supported the CSET proposals. My question is, please can we have a summary of how the costs and benefits of the recommended route compared to other options that are being put forward, including an estimate of the cost of further delay to the implementation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kirby. Councillor Moschini, you have 2 minutes.
Nick, thank you very, very much for coming. It's great to see you, even virtually, and thank you for emphasising the importance of the CBC, the biomedical campus and the activities that go on there to the general economy of the region and indeed the national economy. The hospital activities and life science developments undertaken by the campus are incredibly important. They are an incredibly important force for good, and we should help them. The business case and associated documents laid before Council today outline the requirements of this vitally important campus, which have been very carefully assessed over an extensive evaluation period. And the campus needs, as it has been made clear to us over consultation, a segregated public transport and active travel solution, delivering high-frequency, reliable services akin to our existing guided busway. We have, as part of the process that we've followed until now, assessed alternative solutions, including on-road solutions, which are slightly cheaper, a lot less cheaper than is being traded, but they get caught in the same congestion that is endemic and growing in our region along the corridor, and that is a real disincentive to staff, patients, and all users to using public transport. We hear time and again that people want and will use transport when it is reliable, direct, and avoids gridlock. The campus have told me very clearly that they need this now, and undoing all the process undertaken until now and starting again with an alternative would severely impact the life-saving research being undertaken at the CBC, upon which we would all like to continue to rely.
Mr. Kirby, do you have a supplementary question?
Just if there is any estimate of the impact on cost from further delay, I'd be grateful for that, Councillor Moschini, but understand if that's not available.
Councillor Moschini?
Thank you very much, Nick. It is certainly available. It is not in my head in terms of figures, but we have, at the moment, the most striking figure, and this will be mentioned further on in the debate. We have received a grant from government of £7.2 million to progress the CSET scheme. Should we scrap this today, this would be lost. And losing government grants is not something that usually goes down well with government or indeed anybody. And there are further costs associated with the consultations that we have run. All of those, the numbers I don't remember, but they are in the public domain. And all of those would also be lost and duplicated if we had to run the same kind of consultation again. And to me, what matters more than anything other than obviously public money is very, very important. But let's consider all the life-saving work that will not be possible to be carried out on the campus if people continue to not be able to get there. There's quite a lot of money that is worth an extra cancer patient getting treatment. And that's what I want people to take away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kirby, for your question. Much appreciated. We move on to question number 4. Can I ask Mr. Dan Thorpe from Cambridge Ahead, who is on Zoom, to ask his question? Mr. Thorpe, you're very welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Council, and apologies I can't be with you in person. I'm Dan Thorpe from Cambridge Ahead. We are an employer membership organisation dedicated to sustainable and inclusive growth, and there is strong support within our membership for the proposed CSET scheme. I would like to ask, there are clear and evidence links between public transport provision and quality of life, especially for those on lower incomes. The evidence is also clear that segregated public transport is more viable for the user and more viable for the operator. These issues are felt acutely in Cambridgeshire. Furthermore, connecting hubs of innovation and healthcare fosters collaboration and accelerates the delivery of new science that directly benefits the health of local people. There is therefore a quality of life imperative as well as a sustainability one for delivering viable and reliable public transport options. How would the same long-term benefits be pragmatically and financially possible without this proposed scheme? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thorpe. Councillor Machini.
Thank you very much, Chair. And by the way, I don't mind other people answering these questions if they want. You know,
I don't think there's going to be many takers for that.
I can't imagine that, I'm afraid. Dan, thank you so much for coming. It's lovely to see you, even if it's just on Zoom. Dan is a neighbour of mine in King's Hedges. And thank you very much for organising to be here today and for emphasising the real benefits of this scheme. This isn't a scheme, this is people. This is about getting people from place A to place B, which is where they want to go, and at the moment they're not getting there. There are nurses, lab technicians, doctors, scientists, there's cleaners, caterers, and all the other users of the site. And there's patients. They need to be able to access the place of work or of treatment. They need good public transport alternatives to be able to do that. And they need to be able to avoid the growing queues on the roads currently accessing the campus. And those able to use active travel should have real walking and cycling infrastructure that they can use. People do and will use public transport when it is fast and reliable. The evidence of the existing Huntington busway is overwhelming, millions and millions of users. And if we don't build on what is shown to be a successful platform, we won't be able to meet the challenges of the future. I am very grateful for your work at Cambridge Ahead. We have used your data many times, and it clearly demonstrates that segregated busways offer the best service for users and the more viable option for the operators as well, which we should not forget. And I agree that these issues are felt more acutely in Cambridgeshire, which is also something your work has highlighted. We need to do good by the patients who are suffering and the nurses who look after them. The researchers developing the treatment of the future and all those whose work makes their endeavours possible. So to answer your question, the solution is CSET. Thank you.
Mr. Thorpe, you have a minute for any supplementary question.
Thank you very much, Councillor Machini. I'd like to comment on your work, actually, because I was reading the County Council's 2024 resident survey, the quality of life survey, where residents, when asked what action could the County Council take to improve quality of life, said better bus services and provision of public transport frequently, where user satisfaction with the park and ride and guided busway ranked highly amongst residents, and also where overall the cost of living was cited as a major concern for Cambridgeshire's residents. And of course, there are direct links between cost of transport and cost of living pressures. So thank you for citing our work. I'd like to cite yours and ask whether this is evidence that the County Council will be taken into account in terms of this decision today.
Thank you, Mr. Thorpe. Councillor Machini.
The easy answer to that is yes. There is obviously monetary costs to people in running vehicles when they shouldn't, monetary costs in wasting time when they shouldn't. And there is environmental cost in burning fuel when it shouldn't be burned. And all of these things will be an integral part of our assessment also going forward and going into the national inquiry that will be to follow if we vote for this today. All of those things will matter. And thank you for continuing to engage. We will keep doing our twin track work.
Thank you for that. Mr. Thorpe, thank you very much for your question. We move on now, and I'd like to invite Mrs. Miranda Harper to come forward and ask her question. We have no Mrs. Harper. Oh no, she's on her way. Sorry. Mrs. Harper, you're very welcome. Do take your time, make yourself comfortable. When you're ready, if you'd like to press the red speaker button in front of you, an officer will show you which one.
I had eye surgery recently and it's affected my balance, but also I've got double vision. I can only read with one eye at the moment. Could I possibly have just a little bit longer than 2 minutes? I'll try not to be any longer.
Mrs. Harper, of course you can. You'd be very welcome. Take the time that you need. It's more important that we hear the question. So when you're ready, do please start.
Thank you very much. If you approve the CSET off-road busway, it will carve a 14-metre wide swathe through the green belt at a cost of more than £160 million of public funds. Even using the GCP's highly, dubious calculations to justify the business case, the benefit to cost ratio is significantly less than 1, which means that you get less than £1's economic value for every £1 spent. Again, this is a guaranteed loss. You cannot justify supporting that to people like me, a local resident. The calculations used by the GCP include the added value to the local land and housing stock of having a busway next door. Well, honestly, many houses will not be worth more. They'll be worth a lot less. Sorry, can you hear me okay? Okay. In contrast, if the GCP's old scheme, the former scheme, along the A1307 corridor was built at a cost of 60 million, the BCR increases to about 1.5. I realise this isn't a great return on investment, but it does at least mean that the public are getting some value for their taxes. The GCP scheme doesn't include the cost of carbon or biodiversity net gain requirements that are now law for all private developments. The GCP has admitted that as a result of over-engineering and inflation, it doesn't have the funds to pursue this extraordinarily expensive scheme. So why not explore a lower cost option that has the benefit of public support and that doesn't wreck, that's important, that doesn't wreck the countryside, which this will do. The Cambridge Biomedical Campus is continuing to expand along the A1307, and the alternative in-road bus lane would include a new spur road that emergency vehicles could use to access A&E more quickly, potentially saving lives. CBC already has a new transport access for travellers coming from the south on the west side of the site with Cambridge South Station. So why build CSET that enters in the same location? As pointed out previously, it provides minimal benefit to the local villagers. Actually, I think no benefit to the local villagers. None. Accessing the eastern end of the site via the bus road provides a different alternative for anyone travelling from the southeast, such as Linton and Haverhill, where housing is less expensive and many of CBC's key employees live. Please don't approve the scheme as proposed by the GCP. Demand that they reconsider the lower cost option that's better value and which provides a better solution for anyone travelling to CBC from the southeast. I'd just like to say as well, Signora Meschini, my parents were Italian. They came from a village in the mountains overlooking Monte Cassino, the monastery. They brought us up, 6 kids, they were Catholic. They brought us up with 3 issues, main, I don't know what you would call them.
Mrs. Harper, I'm going to interrupt your reminiscences because
no, it's not a reminiscence.
It's because your question that you submitted has now been asked.
Waste nothing.
Splendid. Mrs. Harper, I'm going to invite Councillor Machini now to respond to your question.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Harper. Thank you for coming. And I can almost give the answer in Italian, but I won't. But thank you for being one of the very few people who know how to pronounce my surname. There is going to be, I propose that if you're happy to stay here and wait until the end of this debate, there is going to be extensive discussion of the alternative and whether or not it's value for money. And so I propose that I defer that part of the answer to the actual debate. In terms of the benefit to cost ratio figures, so we determine those things not off our own head, but we determine them using guidelines the government gives us. The refresh of the business case appraisal, which is in front of council today, does give a BCR of 1.53, which is characterized as medium. I should emphasize that these things are always debatable. There is land that you may or may not want to develop. There are factors that you may or may not want to include, but you can only include things that government allows. So those calculations are, as the Italians would say, they sometimes leave the time that they take. And
sorry, they sometimes
leave the time that they take. It just means that they are what they are based on how you do them. I will write that to you and you get it translated into Italian. It makes sense. The value for money assessment noted that transport user benefits will arise from people in those villages. I'm afraid we disagree. People in those villages will get benefits. They will use the busway. They will use the busway because it touches the village. And there is also a detailed assessment in the environmental statement about the kind of consequences that there will be on the environment and the increase in biodiversity that results from the planting. All of these will be, and you will have plenty of opportunity to make those representations to the Secretary of State and their planning inspector. This will be decided independently, including the benefits to other people that are coming from the Haverhill direction as well, which will be able to take buses.
Thank you, Councillor Machini. You've had your time. Mrs. Harper, you have a minute, and I might be somewhat stricter on the minute, to ask a supplementary question relating to the original question or reply, or to seek clarification of Councillor Machini's response.
Sorry, I would like clarification of the benefits that you say will be available to the people of Stapleford and Shelford. They won't. This busway goes round and behind those 2 villages over the only bit of undulating countryside we've got there. It doesn't touch the villages. How will it benefit them?
Thank you very much, Mrs. Harper.
Did I turn this off? Sorry.
Councillor Beckett will be your handyman in that respect. Councillor Machini, you have 2 minutes to explain the answer to Mrs. Harper's question.
Of course, the answer is that the busway does not go through the heart of the villages, but it touches them on the edge, and the edge is close enough for people to actually be able to achieve it. And it's the compromise that we have to make. But the original alignment was going nowhere near it. We brought it significantly closer. And I can promise you that the people in those villages will take that busway. It will be a much better solution than going on the road, which at the moment is disastrously congested.
Thank you, Councillor. Mrs. Harper, thank you very much for coming this morning and asking your question. Very much hope that the recovery proceeds as expected and that you are in fine fettle sooner rather than later. You're very welcome. Before we move to the next speaker, Councillor Schumann, are you comfortable where you are, or would you like to move?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In which case, can I ask Dr. Mike Moore, the chair of Cambridge University Hospitals NHS Foundation Trust, to come forward and ask his question? Dr. Moore. When you're ready and you've made yourself comfortable, you have 2 minutes to put your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you for having me. So Addenbrooke's Hospital employs over 13,000 staff and has more than 1 million patient visitors every year. Many of those people rely on public transport to get to our hospitals. Over a third of our staff travel to work from the eastern side of Cambridgeshire or from West Suffolk or North Essex. And transport and housing issues are perpetual and common issues in all staff surveys and in all exit interviews when people choose to leave the hospital. The hospital therefore has a strong interest in the effective and timely delivery of improved public transport, which also supports access to more affordable housing. And that is why we do support the proposed CSET scheme. So my question, given the substantial and growing need to improve transport connections from the south and east into the biomedical campus, can officers estimate the improved journey times that will result from the CSET development and the wider health benefits from reducing road traffic?
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Councillor Meschini.
Oh, you listen, Chair. Thank you so much. And Mike, thank you so much for coming. I know how busy your diary is and taking the time out to come all the way here to speak to us today. It's much, much appreciated. And can I also please put on record my thanks to you and your team for all the work that you do in the hospitals every day to give residents the care that they need. Councillor, Dr. Moore forwarded to me a letter from his hospital trust earlier today, which I will make sure is forwarded to all members later today in support of the scheme. So thank you very much for that. In answer to your question, the business case outlines the tangible journey time improvements of implementing the scheme. In free-flowing traffic, this being the key words, the journey times improve by 1/3 from 18 to 12 minutes. But we all know, of course, that free-flowing traffic is very much not the norm. Along the route at peak times, when most people want to use the route, congestion is absolutely endemic, and the planned growth along the corridor will make that congestion increase to be substantially worse. I have spoken to so many of your team, and they have told me that their journeys to and from work are awful, delays being both frequent and unpredictable. This is not the way we want your team to work. This is not the way we want our hospitals to function, and we don't want that to be the subject of any exit interviews of people we are desperately keen to retain. The scheme will also have other benefits. If more people are encouraged to move away from fuel-burning modes of transport, air quality will improve, along with noise reduction, fewer greenhouse gas emissions, and overall better health. This is in keeping with this Council's net zero carbon strategy and health in all policies approach. So thank you again for coming.
Thank you for that. Dr. Moore, you have a minute to seek any further clarification or ask a subsequent question.
Thank you, Chair. If I may ask just one supplementary. As we respond to rising healthcare demands, as some questions have already alluded to the potential growth of the campus, but two essential elements of the growth of the campus are the new Children's Hospital and cancer hospitals that we are very hopeful are being developed in the next few years. How are those future developmental plans encountered in the planning for CSET?
Councillor Meschini.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Mike, for outlining, for mentioning that. I will mention the hospitals in my opening speech when the paper comes before us shortly from now. Sorry, apologies, that doesn't quite mean anything. The hospitals will struggle to be viable if we don't do this. They absolutely will, because at the moment, I don't need to tell you how many vacancies you're running and all the problems that you're encountering. These hospitals are a key part of the establishment of the narrative around the need for this scheme. And we have all political colours in this chamber have campaigned for those hospitals to happen and happen quicker. So they will be a very, very big reason of why eventually if this is approved. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Dr. Moore, thank you very much for coming along this morning to ask your questions. Very much appreciated. We move on now to the next public question, which is from Ms. Araminta Ledger, who's the Managing Director of Cambridge University Health Partners, who's on Zoom, hopefully. When you're ready, you have 2 minutes. Thank you very much for coming along.
Thank you very much, Chair, and apologies for not being with you in person today. The members of Cambridge University Health Partners are Anglia Ruskin University, the University of Cambridge, Cambridge University Hospitals, Royal Papworth Hospital, and Cambridgeshire and Peterborough NHS Foundation Trust. Our organisation works to maintain Cambridge as a place where breakthrough scientific discoveries are made, rapidly demonstrated in real-world populations, and where excellent care is delivered alongside economic growth in order to improve health. We know from our work that safe, reliable, fast public transport options, such as that proposed by the CSET scheme, those that link places of employment to homes, are crucial to our ability to attract and retain talent. Please can officers provide assurance that the process for consulting the public on route options has been compliant with mandated process and reflects best practice, that County Council members have been part of decision-making on behalf of the County Council during the preparation of this proposal by the GCP, and how the proposals align with the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authorities Strategic Transport Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ledger. Councillor Moschini.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Araminta, for making the time. It is wonderful to see you, even on Zoom. And thank you so much again to your team for all the work that you do. We are here to try to help you today. I can of course assure you that the major transport scheme development, such as this one, is a process prescribed by the Department for Transport, and we have followed all guidance in that regard. The County Council, the GCP, and the Combined Authority teams together, they have led, contributed to, and supported the development of the scheme over many, many years, most of those years before my time. CPCA colleagues have ensured that the scheme is a key component of their LTCP, and county colleagues have led the learning from the existing guided busway. The scheme has been subject to 5 consultations, all undertaken in accordance with best practice, and the scheme has changed as a result of those consultations. And I would like to thank everyone in this chamber and outside, mostly outside, who contributed to those consultations. And finally, it is important to reflect that this has been a very long journey. Cambridgeshire County Council established the City Deal Partnership in 2014. We worked with the City and District Councils partners that we have, the university and the business sectors, and they all asked the City Deal to develop the schemes needed for the Greater Cambridge area and empower them to deliver them. Politics, as we know, is changeable. The City Deal as it was established by Conservatives. The current route was decided on by Conservatives. And the decision on the current alignment was also made by Conservatives. We, the joint administrations, have taken this forward at this point to make sure that we present it as a full package to the Secretary of State. And this is what we intend to do today. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Ms. Ledger, do you have a supplementary question, please?
I will ask whether the councillor could expand somewhat on how these proposals for CSET align and further the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authorities Strategic Transport Plan for the region.
Thank you for that. Councillor Moschini.
Thank you very much. I have to say, when I've got 2 minutes to go and I hear, can you expand on something quite as big as that? I shiver a little. But I will expand at very, very much length if you would like me to in writing. The LTCP obviously covers the entire Combined Authority region. It's a very, very big place. Cambridgeshire and Greater Cambridge are key to some of those destinations being achievable via more mass transport. If we are expecting private vehicle trips to be the main route into the biomedical campus, the entire combined authority strategy will fall. So that is why CSET and other routes and Cambridge South were all absolutely part of the LTCP. There is very, very detailed description of all of that in the documents that the combined authority considers routinely. And I will be very, very happy to expand upon that separately from this meeting. It is important to note also that not only do you have these considerations to make in terms of policy, in terms of whether they fit with the overall schemes, etc., you also have to consider your costs in terms of money, but also on time. We cannot afford for the biomedical campus to not be a viable destination for much longer. If those workplaces fail, the entire economy of the combined authority region will fail with it, which is why we have to proceed to the next steps today. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Ms. Ledger, thank you very much for your questions. Very much appreciated.
Thank you.
We move on to question number 8, and I would like to invite Mr. Orestes Zorzuglu to put his question on Zoom. Thank you very much for coming along. You have 2 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and apologies as well from my part for not being able to make it in person there today. My name is Orestes Zorzuglu. I'm the Vice President for Development with Biomed Realty, and here today representing Granta Park. Granta Park is a major employment hub in the sort of southern Cambridgeshire cluster. The park employs in excess of 3,500 people and has consented development for substantially more to come forward in years ahead, so that number could increase quite substantially. We are very supportive of any mode of transport that is providing reliable and sustainable modes. We operate a number of buses today on the campus that connect us to the city centre that are fairly well used. In fact, it is the second most popular transport mode, but as others have already mentioned in relation to alternative routes, this will not help in alleviating the traffic pressures that we are experiencing, even if that is an alternative or an additional lane on existing congested route. It won't provide much help. I think a segregated bespoke solution will certainly help in that direction. With respect to the question, when Mott MacDonald undertook the original study and consultation, we discussed as one of the options that some of the buses arriving at the A11 hub could continue on to Granta Park, provided an alternative solution could be accommodated to ensure better connectivity for that last part of the journey, especially for those traveling for work during peak hours. One can appreciate that during winter months and bad weather, having to walk or cycle crossing the A11 bridge, which can be a challenge, may not help optimize the mode of the usage of this mode. It's also relevant to DDA requirements. So therefore, could officers confirm whether services could run on from the travel hub to Granta Park?
Just in time. Thank you very much for your question. Councillor Moschini.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Orestes, thank you so much for coming. And from one member of the Happy Surname Club to another, I think today everyone feels our pain for a change. And thank you so much for allowing me to highlight something we haven't talked about yet today. We haven't talked much about Granta Park today, and we should do, so thank you very much for coming. It is extremely important for businesses on Granta Park to have reliable connections to Cambridge South. This is absolutely one of the key objectives of the scheme. And it's not just about the scheme itself, of course, it's not just about the route that it will follow, but it's about the much needed network improvements along the corridor and beyond, and branching from the corridor. The travel hub and active travel route will connect with the Linton Greenway, Sawstone Greenway, and existing guided busways active travel route, offering direct connections and connectivity across a much wider area, and crucially between Granta Park and Cambridge South. But services from beyond the travel hub, including Haverhill and East Cambridgeshire, will be able to use the route. So once they join it, they will be able to bypass the jams and offer real journey time benefits to users coming from all corners of the county. This includes Granta Park, and I fully expect services to operate to your site shortly after opening. At the other end of the route, buses from the existing guided busway will seamlessly be able to use the new facility, offering through services to Cambridge city centre and beyond.
Thank you for that. Mr. Zorzoglu, you have a minute if you want to ask any supplementary questions.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. And thank you, Councillor, as well, for the very comprehensive response. And indeed, just to highlight as well, as you mentioned, the Cambridge South Railway Station, which of course is under construction. So that is a committed project, that will certainly help a lot in providing these connections further afield, alleviating pressure on housing and enabling employees that use these sustainable transport modes to reach Granta Park in a much faster and reliable mode. So thank you very much for confirming that.
Thank you. I don't think there was a question in there, but you could give it your best shot, Councillor Moschini.
Orestes, thank you very much. That's all.
Mr. Zorzoglu, thank you very much for asking your questions this morning. Very much appreciated. We move on now to the 9th question, and I would like to invite Mr. Partridge Hicks to come forward and ask his question. When you're ready, comfortable and set to go, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a resident of Sawston. I ask this question on behalf of Better Ways for Busways. It's a non-political organisation that supports public transport in South Cambridgeshire. We're backed by the parish councils of Baberham, Staplewood and Great Shelford, Cambridge Past, Present and Future, Hobson's Conduit Trust. We've heard from some of them already. Magog Trust, the Campaign for the Protection of Rural England, Rail Future and others. We believe the real problem that CSET should be trying to solve is provide a long-term transport solution from the southeast to CBC via Granta Park, you just heard from Orestes, from Linton and Haverhill, where many of CBC's key workers live. We agree with Orestes that a connection to Granta Park is required. CSET does not do that. However, the modelling makes it clear that buses don't have the capacity required to provide transport on the scale required. To service the entire corridor out to Haverhill. Rail Future's recent consultants report, A Big Role for the Haverhill Railway, showed how strong this demand is, with the railway able to attract over 2,000 people from Haverhill. Buses don't have this capacity, and they wouldn't achieve modal shift because they require you to drive to the park and ride in the first place. The only solution with a capacity is a rail link, which preserves the hub and spokes nature of Cambridge and the outer villages. And there is a route available, the old Cambridge to Haverhill railway line. It exists and can be reinstated with only a small number of changes. However, if you approve and build CSET, it will make reopening the railway much more difficult, as the off-road route proposed by GCP uses some of the same route and will also undermine the economics. If you must build a busway, build it quickly at much less cost along the A1307 without pointless bridges crisscrossing the River Granta, and don't block off reopening the railway at some point in the future.
Mr. Partridge Hicks, your question, if you'd like to put it now, please.
Okay, I can do that. So here's the question. Will you please send the poorly conceived CSET scheme to the dustbin of history where it assuredly belongs? As our elected representatives, will you?
Thank you. Councillor Moschini.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And thank you, Stephen, for coming. And thank you so much for the continued engagement that we have had together. Stephen and his colleague James came to see me when I acceded to the chair of the Greater Cambridge Partnership 3 years ago. We had many meetings about this very busway. And, it has been a bit of a long road. There is obviously an ongoing discussion in the public domain about the Haverhill rail line, but there are quite a few misconceptions about it as well, which I have already addressed at the executive board, and I will do so again more briefly today. It costs too much money. Large sections of it have been built over. It's not just a few changes, it's a completely new alignment that would be required. So I'm afraid, including the fact that ever since they discontinued it, they built the A11. So you need a new elevated rail bridge. Those bad boys are crazy expensive. The rail industry has had many rounds of proposals of grants for reviving old rail lines. Haverhill has never been taken forward. It is not of interest to the rail industry. We might wish it's otherwise, but it is not. We do know that at least a quarter of Cambridge University hospital staff travel from the Haverhill direction. We know that. The County Council has previously reviewed the Haverhill line option and discounted it on cost grounds. In 2015, the projected cost was £650 million. That is where the figures I quoted at the Executive Board actually came from. Businesses and hospitals have told us they want certainty and they want it now. They want a solution in the short term. If we scrap this now and wait for the rail to reopen, we will deliver nothing for them. It is not true, as you suggest, that patronage will be low and congestion on the A10307 will not be affected. The existing Huntington busway stands a living testimony of just how many people are going to use it. The technical work suggests CSETs would have at the beginning initially 1.75 million of passengers per annum, and this could rise.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Partridge-Hicks, do you have a supplementary question? You have a minute.
I'll make it very short. The key point surely is the difference in modal shift. If you build a park and ride, you need to drive down the A1307 or the A11 to get to the park and ride. You don't achieve modal shift, you have to start in your car. It doesn't work from a modal shift perspective at all. So how can you possibly justify the busway compared to a train solution where you can walk from the villages to the train station, including to Granta Park, as discussed earlier?
Thank you. Councillor Moschini, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Stephen, for making this very easy for me. Yes, you do. So you have the Sawstone Greenway, as I've explained, the Linton Greenway. You've got buses from Linton, you've got buses from Haverhill. All these buses with their triple deckers will come into the travel hub and compact themselves so that they can carry on towards Cambridge. That is modal shift. Some people will come on an orbital service from Cambridge South because the mayor's got plan for those. Some people will drive. That's the nature of it. Some people will have to drive to the travel hub. But the point is, it will provide modal shift for those who don't have to anymore.
Thank you for that. Mr. Partridge-Hicks, thank you very much for coming along this morning and asking your questions. Very much appreciated.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We now move on to the last public question. Can I ask Ms. Annabel Sykes? Councillor Tierney, do you have a point of order, or you can't have a point of personal explanation? You've not said anything yet.
None of those, Chairman. I'm so sorry to interrupt. I'm really struggling to hear Councillor Moschini's responses.
Okay.
I wonder whether the microphone's volume is set incorrectly, and I would like to hear them. Thank you.
I will invite her to adjust her location of her microphone when she next speaks. But ironically, she's finished with public questions. Councillor Beckett, who I know is champing at the bit, is in the spotlight for the last public question. So thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Moschini, if you could take that under advisement, please. Can I ask Miss Annabel Sykes, who's on Zoom, to ask her question? And you have 2 minutes when you're ready.
Good morning, councillors. So my question relates to another contentious public transport project, namely East West Rail, which the new government hasn't yet decided whether it's going to go ahead. Despite this, East West Rail's land agents, Argent, are pressuring landowners who may be impacted by the scheme to agree to intrusive surveys. And when the landowners are reluctant to do so, they're threatened with statutory powers of entry under Section 172 of the Housing and Planning Act 2016. That section says a person authorised in writing by an acquiring authority may enter and survey or value land in connection with a proposal to acquire an interest in or a right over land. Now, let's assume that East West Rail is potentially an acquiring authority. At this stage in the process, there doesn't seem to be a proposal. East West Rail has said the maps it released under Freedom of Information requests are out of date, but it hasn't yet launched a statutory consultation with up-to-date maps. If it's given the go-ahead in the budget, it's indicated that its next consultation will be non-statutory. So it's most unclear when there'll be a proposal for Section 172 purposes, something EWRCO seems to be taking advantage of. It's also understood to be the case that their land agents are reluctant to provide information on potential land take to landowners in advance of meetings. What can the County Council, itself an affected landowner, do to assist other affected landowners? And can I just add that I'm asking this question because it's important to farmers, for example, to maintain a good relationship with Ardent. So it's pretty difficult for them to put their heads above the parapet.
Thank you, Ms. Sykes. That point is noted. Now, Councillor Beckett, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, and I hope you can hear me back. Ms. Sykes, thank you very much for your question, and I'm sorry I couldn't accept this one on the H&T, so it's good that you brought it here. Thank you very much for that. Also, thank you for your email the other day where you pointed out the need to be a critical friend to EWR, and that is very much the bounds where I see us being a friend, but also a critical friend. On your point regarding the land agents and the pressure that has been put on landowners, officers have raised this with East West Rail on multiple occasions, and it does concern me where those land agents have been perhaps putting too much pressure. It is something that we will be raising with them again. I think all of us are slightly frustrated by the length of time that it is taking East West Rail to get its preferred route out there. I do hope that following the budget, they will be able to say more on the route alignment and that it will enable us to be able to support residents and make sure that we are able to do what we can to represent them. As far as I'm aware, that will, as you have said, be coming after the budget. It is important to us as a council to try and make life better for all of our residents, and we were doing everything that we can to be able to support residents through this, as I know it can be a very difficult time. Thank you.
Ms. Sykes, you have a minute to ask any supplementary question.
Thank you. So, question, have you written to East West Rail? Have you asked them whether there's a code of conduct? Have you commented on any code of conduct they might have? And so I've got a little bit of time, so I'm going to make one other comment, which is not just to do with East West Rail, but also with any major transport project. I attended an excellent lecture last night given by Professor Partas Dasgupta at a public seminar. One of the notable things he said was traditional economics is totally bogus because it doesn't have natural capital in it. And he asked why we are overdrawing our account with nature and mentioned the chipping away nature of things like busways. I would just like to leave that thought with county councillors, that we're overdrawing our account with nature.
Thank you for that. Councillor Beckett, have you any comments to make on any of those points? You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Sykes. And I know you've been reading the minutes of our meetings and did notice that I have been raising some of the questions with East West Rail. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make the last East West Rail meeting last Thursday due to a clash, but I will make sure that all of those points are fed in through officers and that we will be taking a look at this going forwards. But thank you very much for your question. It is greatly appreciated.
Ms. Sykes, thank you very much for your questions this morning. As always, much appreciated by County Council. Councillor Bradnam, you had something to raise?
Yes, the contributions of people taking part in this meeting online are valued and important, but they're coming over extremely loudly in the...
Okay, Councillor Bradnam, I think this is a point perhaps we could raise outside of the meeting.
Could we reduce the volume?
Thank you. Yes, I've taken the point. Thank you. Right, we move on to item 5, which is petitions. This allows members of the public to present petitions in accordance with the agreed protocol. I'm proposing to take one petition from the public. Details of the petition have been emailed to members and published on the Council's website prior to this meeting. The petition relating to the Cambridge South East Transport Scheme was received by the deadline to allow a spokesperson to speak and contains 6,609 signatures, of which 1,888 are from local people. The petition organiser or their nominee will be able to speak at the meeting. So I would like to invite Mr. James Littlewood, the Chief Executive of Cambridge Past, Present and Future, to speak to the petition. Mr. Littlewood, you are very welcome. When you are ready, you have 3 minutes to present and speak to the petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I think it's clear that everyone's in favour of improving public transport in the 1307 corridor, but there are two competing schemes. Both will get workers to the science campuses in Cambridge more quickly and help the local economy. Both schemes start and end in the same place, and bus journey times for both are very similar. Versions of both schemes were proposed by the GCP in 2018. The recommendation before you will result in building 5 miles of road through open countryside, including 2 large bridges over the River Granta and putting a chalk stream and a culvert. It would cut across the lower slopes of the Gogmagog Hills and through a new country park. It will leave parcels of countryside exposed to future development. I'm presenting a petition signed by over 6,900 people, asking you to listen to public opinion, save the countryside, protect the Gogmagog Hills and choose a better scheme. And just to say, the reason for the smaller local numbers is due to a quirk on change.org and IP addresses rather than actually whether people are in Cambridgeshire or not. The alternative scheme involves building 1 mile of bus road and 1.2 miles of bus lane. Combined with the existing dual carriageway, this would create 2.3 miles of continuous traffic-free bus route. An outbound bus lane is not needed as there's no traffic congestion on that stretch of road. In theory, bus roads offer an advantage over bus lanes where there are junctions. However, in this instant, there's only one roundabout on that 3-mile stretch of road, and bus filter lights can be installed at the roundabout. So in practice, a bus road has no great advantage for this scheme. There are some other benefits too. Firstly, it would directly serve the planned expansion of the Cambridge Biomedical Campus, and also both the eastern and western parts of the campus, including the new Children's Hospital, whereas a scheme you are being asked to approve does not and would require people to travel a mile to get to the campus extension. Another advantage is it would not need to be guided, so it could be used by a wider range of public transport vehicles and emergency services. The alternative scheme doesn't go close to the villages, but the recommended scheme is on the edge of these villages and will only be convenient for a very small number of people. The Sawston Greenway and Linton Greenway will provide active travel routes serving the villages. Therefore, the benefits to the villages of the recommended scheme do not justify spending an extra £100 million and destroying the countryside. The former CSET's project manager, Andrew Munro, told me the main reason the road through the countryside was chosen because the Mayor of Cambridgeshire, James Palmer, insisted the scheme become part of his metro scheme, which became policy under his transport plan. Because the 1307 road option did not meet the Mayor's criteria, the GCP had no choice but to choose the route across the countryside. However, when the new Mayor was elected in 2021, he dropped the transport plans. For several years, we've been asking the GCP to carry out a formal review of the two schemes to take into account the changed circumstances. Today, nearly 7,000 people are asking you to see that review before you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Littlewood. That's very well timed. Thank you very much for presenting the petition, which obviously will inform our next item on the Cambridge South East Transport Project Scheme. Thank you very much. Before I proceed with the rest of the agenda, can I remind you about the audio and voting system? In order to register to speak, can you please raise your hand and I will add you to my list of speakers. When I invite you to speak, please press your mic button. If you wish to raise a point of order or point of personal explanation, you will need to raise your hand. Do not press the button. Raising a point of order means that a member believes that there's been a breach of the council rules of procedure or law, so I will require the member to indicate the rule or law which he or she considers has been broken. If this belief is challenged, I will make the final decision as chair. A point of personal explanation may only relate to some material part of an earlier speech by the member raising the point, which may appear to have been misunderstood in the present debate. Again, I will make the final decision as chair. I would also like to remind members that if a member raises either of these 2 points, any other member currently speaking should immediately shut up until the point has been determined. All speeches from members should be addressed through the chair, and on that point, may I remind members of the LGA's Debate Not Hate campaign, which states debating and disagreeing with one another is a healthy part of democracy, but abuse and intimidation is not. So we move on then to item number 6, which is the Better Public Transport Cambridge South East Transport Scheme. Can I ask the Deputy Leader of the Council and the Council's representative on the Greater Cambridge Partnership Executive Board, Councillor Moschini, to move that the recommendations set out on pages 25 to 27 of the report be adopted, and ask the Chair of the Highways and Transport Committee, Councillor Beckett, to second. Councillor Moschini, bearing in mind, yes, that's right.
Of course,
Nice and
thank you.
close.
Thank you, Chair. I apologise for not being audible before. I will try my best to be audible going forward, and I so move. Do I speak now or wait for the seconder to come?
You have 5 minutes to speak now.
In which case, let me try and do this in a slightly awkward position. Am I audible now? Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for, you know what, I might actually sit. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. And thank you so much, Chair, for allowing me to propose this paper today, about which I am very, very excited. This busway has a long, long history going back years. And it has been discussed by the Executive Board 3 times during my tenure alone, and many other times before that. So many members in this chamber probably will be familiar with some of the history, but for the benefit of those who aren't, I will tell the story of the last few years, possibly in a slightly different way to what has been done before. And through what I like to think of as the cast of characters that helped it along. As you will see, the Executive Board has made every possible attempt not to bring you this paper today. However, there have been actors that have sought to help us get this to completion today, and this is where we find ourselves. Let me start by the first member of this cast of characters. This is Boris Johnson, ladies and gentlemen. We were perhaps all a little bit too quick to mock his 40 new hospitals program, because there weren't 40, they weren't new, and some of them weren't even hospitals. However, in doing so, we were perhaps a little bit quick in forgetting that 3 such hospitals are right here on our doorstep. The Cancer Research Hospital, which is part of those new hospitals, which was part of the old government's program and was very, very strongly campaigned for until the new government very quickly confirmed that it would stay as part of the program. The Children's Hospital, which is a world-first hospital that cares for children's physical and mental health together in a way that has never been done before. Work is underway to attract more than £1 million in philanthropic funding to add to the commitment of £100 million of public money that was announced in 2018 by the then Health Secretary, Matt Hancock. There are also plans for Addenbrooke's 3, which is a 3rd iteration of the current site of Addenbrooke's, which should make it viable for the next 60 years. As I've explained, and as Dr. Moore made the point to us today, these hospitals will not be viable without mass transport to them, and they need it now. They are running crazy vacancies. They really need staff to get there. That brings us to 2022, where the next member of the cast of character, Liz Truss, comes forward. You all remember, mini budget, economy wrecked. The GCP can no longer afford the scheme, therefore we drop it. But we wouldn't find it to be so easy, because enter the next member of the cast of character, which is Michael Gove, and his Cambridge 2050 vision, to which the growth and stability of the biomedical campus is absolutely crucial. 22,000 people working on the CBC now, expected to rise to 26,000 by 2030, doubling the number of patients being cured there in that time, 37,000 visits to the campus every day, and more than 1 million NHS patients treated on the site every year. So Michael Gove takes one look at it and goes, no, you will carry forward this program, and here's 7.2 million to carry it forward, announced in the budget in the spring of 24, and name-checked by the then Chancellor Jeremy Hunt in his speech. The new government is even more driven than that. We have already met Mr. Matthew Pennycook, who has confirmed that he considers the vision to need turbocharging. This is the child of people of every color, every political color. We all recognize the need of this scheme. We all recognize that these things take an enormous amount of time. It isn't strange that it has taken so long, but it would be completely strange if we decided that at this point we want to scrap it and start again. Today, we have an opportunity to take the next big step forward, which is an application to the Secretary of State, which would allow a full national planning inquiry to take place. All stakeholders would be involved. Everyone with an interest in the scheme would be able to make representations to the Secretary of State and their independent planning inspector. which would allow everybody to matter as they do for us and for me today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Moschini. Councillor Beckett, you wish to speak now, or do you wish to reserve your right to speak?
I will reserve my right, Chair.
Thank you very much. I have an amendment. Councillor Count, do you have an amendment?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll speak to it now, shall I?
Please.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to also thank all of the speakers that came here this morning, both for and against the current scheme, introducing the railway into the conversation as well. I think we're all agreed that we all want a better transport system for this area. Now, one of the things I want with this amendment is more information. Better Ways for Busways through Cambridge, past, present and future, have studied the outcomes that are required here. And we used to be an outcomes-driven council. And that design package, which is in front of us as an alternative solution in that transport corridor, is going to deliver similar benefits for £100 million less money. Our request in the amendment is not to simply choose one over the other, but to give us an evidence base for us to make our future decisions so that we have a fully informed view. To give you an example of when I've seen this before, we asked this administration to perform the same task for the C2C. Instead of going straight ahead with the Transport and Works Act order, please give us an alternative, give us an independent review of the alternative proposal. Now, two of the things we heard that day are things that we will no doubt hear today. One of them is we checked the alternative solutions. We've already examined them. They don't work as well, so therefore we're going to move ahead. That wasn't true then. It won't be true today. It is true in both cases that alternative proposals were considered, but they were not identical to the package. And it's the package in front of us that actually seems to work. The other thing that we've quoted on that day was actually that delaying a decision delays progress. So there's huge difference between the CSET proposal and the alternative proposal. Is the alternative proposal put forward by CPPF does not require a Transport and Works Act order. We actually, under current powers, could actually start delivering that from today if the review said that was the right thing to do. So why are we being told that there's a delay with progressing with the Transport and Works Act order? We said this with C2C, which was passed in March 2023. We were told we must pass it today because we can't afford delay. We could have been delivering the alternative solution then, but in fact, here we are some 18 months later, and that C2C, Transport and Works Act order, hasn't even come back to the council yet to move on to the Secretary of State. It needs to come back for a confirmatory vote. The same thing happens with CSET. It leaves here today, it doesn't go to the Secretary of State and straight away move into public inquiry. It has to come back to the council for a separate confirmatory vote. Now, if C2C has taken, well, it'll be 20 months if it comes back in December. What is to stop this one from taking another 20 months as well? So people are pressurising us to get on with things and not introduce delay. When that comes back for its confirmatory vote, what would the harm or the delay have been to put the review in front of us of the alternative route for us to examine? There would have been no delay, none. But we know that the Transport and Work Acts can be delayed. One of the advantages, clear advantages, even without an independent review, is the obvious saving of money. It's claimed to be £100 million. We don't know if it'll be exactly 100 because the independent review hasn't been commissioned. But where are we at the moment nationally in trying to find the funding for this? We see the Labour government slashing budgets left, right and centre. They started with the ill thought out removal of the winter fuel allowance for everybody that isn't means tested. And we've heard rumours of what's coming forward in 31st of October. Why would a Labour government suddenly decide to spend £160 million on a solution when an alternative solution at £60 million seems to hold water? There are environmental and carbon benefits to not building a brand new busway cutting over the Gog Magog hills. We heard about a 16-metre wide swathe going straight across the most beautiful part and elevated part surrounding Cambridgeshire. We also heard about connectivity with the parks. Well, there is better connectivity with this route between the Cambridge Biomedical Campus, Babraham Research Campus, Copley Hill Business Park and Granter Park. And this is supported by Stapleford Parish Council, Great Shelford Parish Council, Cambridge Past, Present, Future, Hobson's Conduit Trust, Magog Trust, CPRE, the Countyside Charity, Rail Future, East England, and Cambridge Connect. I implore you, use your common sense. Allow the review to be done at the same time.
Thank you, Councillor Cant. I think I've been somewhat generous there. Do you have a seconder?
Very happy to second the amendment.
And would you like to speak now, Councillor Goldsack, or would you like to?
I would love to hold my
right?
tongue for a little while, thank you.
Splendid. So we are now debating the amendment. Councillor Milnes, did you wish to speak first? No. Right. Who wants to speak on the amendment? Are you sure? Councillor Goodlift.
I do apologise, Chair, but yes, I do. I was intrigued by the assertion that an outbound bus lane isn't needed at this point. I have to declare that I use the A1307 multiple times a week, and as my journey is contra to the inflow, outflow to and from Cambridge and the biomedical campuses, I often get to observe the traffic going into Cambridge in the morning. However, this also means that I get to see the outbound traffic in the early evening on my return. Therefore, I asked for the data from the GCP on the outbound traffic. They readily gave me the information which clearly shows and backs up my qualitative data that there is major congestion at the evening peak times. And we cannot forget that when buses sit in traffic, the increase in the journey time makes it less convenient for people to use them, but also means that more vehicles are needed to manage the number of journeys per hour. Having seen this, I'm not convinced that any bus lane which only goes in one direction or is incomplete would have the desired effect. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I have no other indicators to wish to speak. Councillor Goldsack, you are seconding the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Very happy to speak this soon. Thank you. We
all are, Councillor Goldsack.
The amendment is very simple. What we've heard today from many contributors is those that are Cambridge-based and Cambridge-centric and working in Cambridge in various guises, doing great jobs, want people to get there quickly. Those that live locally, or shall I say, at least a mile away from the proposed route, right, aren't being listened to. They're telling us they're not being listened to by the local member. They're telling us they're not being listened to by the GCP. And actually, this is just, I cannot comprehend how we can stand here and say, but don't worry, there'll be environmental gains from cutting a huge swathe through the countryside. It just defies logic for me. So I fully support the amendment, and I think there's more information that's required. I'm not even going to go on to the fact that when you look at the requests and recommendations on this, it's all to delegate powers to the GCP. The GCP has had its day. I'm sorry, that's my opinion. I think the GCP's gone. I think it should be part of the CPCA whole overall thing, and that's a different matter. But as far as the amendment's concerned, I cannot believe that the national government are going to suddenly cough up an extra 100 million quid to an environmentally failing scheme that doesn't serve the local people. That's how I see this as being exactly where we are. So I move the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsack. Councillor Moschini, as the mover of the original motion, you have the right to reply before we move to a vote on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I will take that option. And for the remainder of today, I will stay seated. I'm sorry, I hate that. I like to stand, but I want people to hear me. How can we possibly justify building major infrastructure on the green belt and at the same time be friendly to the environment? I'm afraid for as long as we've got members around this room who don't understand the need that the environment objectives that we've got, the need for mass and efficient non-fuel burning transport, we're never going to get anywhere, I'm afraid. Hours on the A1307, hours of congestion, of air pollutant right on the top of the Gogmagogs. The whole thing is completely unsustainable. So, you know, I'm afraid people can see right through that. In terms of the amendment itself, we will hear it's already been done and it's not true. Well, I'm afraid it is. For the record, I'm going to state it very, very clearly. The OBC documents, which were provided to us as part of the package for today, there's two documents on there. The 2020 Options Appraisal Appendix to the OBC, that's number one. And again, the Environmental Statement, Volume 2, Section 4. These two pieces of the paper detail the 2 times, not once, but twice, that the on-road alignment was compared with the current proposal. 2018 first, 2023 second. We did it twice. And it's explained very, very clearly that the on-route alignment does not work. And there is no point saying we can do it cheaply, we can do it now. First of all, nothing is ever as cheap and as quick as you would like it to be. But second of all, it will do nothing. People will sit in the same congestion. And if they can do it in their car, why would they do it on a bus? The DFT gives guidance as to how you compare public transport alternatives. They're called, strategic and need dimension is one of the criteria. Value for money dimension is another criteria. So there's no point saying this is cheaper. If it gives you nothing, it's not cheaper. And social environmental impacts. So alignment with scheme objectives, journey times, reliability, wider impacts, value for money, physical activity, health, journey quality, security, noise, air quality, biodiversity. All of these things were compared en route, off route. The en route alignment does not work. We can keep going. We can keep trying to get a different answer to the same question. It is not going to wash. For my sins, I did follow the vagaries of the last, not the current one, but the last time the Conservative Party nationally had a leadership election. Mrs. Truss was very fond of railing against, what did she call it? What was it? The anti-growth coalition, right? Now, she's been and gone. We now have a new favorite, Ms. Badenoch, and her, what does she call them? The bureaucratic class. Right, I don't like either of them. However, my job, our job, is not to keep pushing the same papers around the same table. Our job is to get stuff done. Can we please get stuff done? Thank you.
Thank you for that. I will now proceed to a vote on the amendment. Mrs. Rowe, if you would like to please start the vote. We are voting on the amendment as proposed by Councillor Count and seconded by Councillor Goldsack.
Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 18 votes in favour, 33 against, no abstentions. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rowe. I noticed my name twice on the board, which is a little alarming. Perhaps it's something that officers could have a little look at. It's highlighted by Councillor Goodliff. It's obviously got very, very sharp eyes. Well done, Brian. Right, thank you very much. I'm now going to proceed to the debate on the substantive item. Councillor Gough.
Thank you, Chair. This project is quite familiar to me, and I've made personally several visits to key locations along the route. I'm absolutely confident that the process undertaken by the GCP has been thorough and the issues fully identified and tested. And the project is still likely to face a public inquiry. I respect the GCP's officers' professionalism and would point out that they have absolutely no reason to promote a solution that is likely to come unstuck at a later phase. To go one step further, I thank them for their diligent work on this project to get it to this stage, and the board too. We must not be deflected today by the not that this distractions. Torsten Bell, then of the Resolution Foundation, wrote a really good article about how it is easy for policymakers to get distracted. He wrote, "Too much time is spent rebranding a problem rather than solving it. And we often let wishful thinking about magical solutions get in the way of doing what blindingly obviously needs to be done." Any project of this scale is complex. But beware parties suggesting that there is a simpler, lower risk solution or a bigger, bolder and better vision. It's what they don't tell you that is important. For simpler schemes, you need to read "not as good as." And for the bigger, bolder schemes, read "expensive and undeliverable." There are important trade-offs in the preferred scheme, and there are costs as well as benefits, but it's how we manage these trade-offs that matter. Rachel Reeves addressed this very point in her very first speech after becoming Chancellor, when talking about the interaction between a turgid planning system and economic growth. She said, "We must acknowledge that trade-offs always exist. Any development may have environmental consequences, place pressure on services, and rouse voices of local opposition. But we will not succumb to a status quo which responds to the existence of trade-offs by always saying no and relegating the national interest below other priorities." That is really well said and is directly relevant to this matter. Because saying no in this particular case will be to ignore the blindingly obvious priorities that do not get the full weight they deserve, but which we need to own. There are many people who may not like this scheme, but I expect that when they need medical services at Addenbrooke's or Royal Papworth, they expect the hospitals to be fully staffed with porters, theatre staff, nurses, cleaners, 24/7, 365 days a year. We all do. And where do those key staff live? Well, few of them are lucky enough to be able to afford to live in the Shelfords. So let's spare a thought for how they might get to work. On bank holidays, on nights, on weekends, and think about what CSET might do for that group, and in turn, what it might do for us. We have a thriving biomedical campus, and the blindingly obvious need is for the very best public transport scheme to access it. That's why, amongst many other compelling reasons, we really need to say yes to this and get on with it. Thank you.
Councillor Mills.
Thank you, Chair. I'm here speaking in several roles, and as somebody that lives within a mile of the development, Councillor Goldsack might like to revisit that, because the CSET runs from Abraham through to Trumpington, which is alongside my division. I'm a district councillor for Sawston, and the proposed busway would run along its edge. I'm also the appointed representative of the district council, where I sit alongside Councillor Elisa Machini as one of its 3 elected voting GCP board members. And finally, I speak as a Sawston Parish Councillor, who was involved right from the outset. Councillor Machini has already talked about the long development
of this programme. So I was part of the local liaison forum where we discussed all the issues related to the development of this project right from the start. So before I address the very residents that I represent, I should reinforce the context in which this scheme sits. That is part of the Greater Cambridge area, which is crucial to the generation of growth in the national economy. And it's crucial to the Treasury's economic golden triangle of London, Oxford and Cambridge. So whatever the colour of the government, it continues to depend on Greater Cambridge to deliver much of that growth. And to put this in perspective, South Cambridgeshire alone has a bigger life science industry than the whole of France. That factoid from the MD of Abraham Research Park, which alongside Granta Park, who we've heard from, the Unity Campus in Sawston, Chesterford Science Park, are all expanding as rapidly as the planning system allows. And that's without even considering the multi-billion pound expansions of both the CBC site and the Genome Campus at Hinxton. And how, you might ask, are visitors and employees to these sites in their tens of thousands going to negotiate increasing congestion in order to get to work? And when does that growth become self-limiting unless public transport schemes are put in place? That brings me to the messages of both protest and support in both my inbox and in person, for example, at local parish meetings. Those fall into the following categories. The CSET will despoil the beautiful vista of the Gog Downs. A local resident writes, once the construction is over, the track won't be visible to anyone looking towards the Gogs, and visual intrusion will only occur briefly with the passage of each bus. Indeed, an avenue route might even improve that outlook. We've already spoken about reopening the Haverhill line, which significantly has been rejected at every attempt to consider it. And if you think 160 million is a lot of money, and it is, consider upwards of 800 million for either a reinstated Haverhill line or a connected Cambridge-inspired light rail scheme. Where on earth would that sort of money come from? Thirdly, we could talk about the damage to the biosphere, whereas the biodiversity net gain will, says our correspondent, be relatively easy to provide, given that the farming predominance in this area hasn't got any diversity. And I cannot see, given care during construction, that the chalk streams would be compromised, he continues. We've heard talk of the flawed consultation, which provided an option 1A and 1B against the off-road option 2. And although I have reservations about this, it was a determination I inherited. And of course, it was the previous Conservative mayor that insisted on a CAM-compliant off-road busway. So, members, we need much more public transport in Greater Cambridge, less private vehicles, more cycling and more walking. And particularly, we need this to serve the rapidly growing CBC site with its 20,000 plus visitors a day now, that could easily and quickly grow to 30,000 or more. The CSET scheme is just one of the many projects required to provide such public transport. These include the Cambridge South Station, the Northern Guided Busway with its recovering passenger numbers, the East West Rail, the proposed CBC Southern Spur Road, which would link to the existing bidirectional 181307 bus services, including those privately commissioned by, for example, Granta Park.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Mills. Your time is up. I regret to say your time is up.
And I recommend it to the council chair. If you
Your time is up, Councillor Mills. Sit down.
That's a little bit.
Councillor Batchelor, let's see if you can manage to keep your time.
I'll do my best, Chair. Thank you very much. So we've heard a lot about the route between Haverhill and the new proposed park and ride site, which forms a part of the CSET proposals. As the local member for the Linton division, which is the entirety of that particular route, I thought it might be helpful to add some local context if that does help anyone in making a decision today. So we've actually been, I'd say, relatively well served by the GCP in this particular area. Over the last, I'd say, 5 to 6 years, we've had somewhere in the region of 35 to 40 million pounds spent on actually upgrading the road, both in terms of improvements to public transport speeds, but also in terms of safety, given the route was one of the most dangerous in the county at one particular point. So, you know, we've been sort of very well served by the GCP. Unfortunately, a lot of those upgrades without the CSET proposals would lead to nothing. We've got a greenway that starts at Linton and runs through to currently Great Abington, where it currently ends, because there's nowhere for it to go. So without this, you know, people would be able to either cycle, walk, ride their horses if they so wished up until Abington, but then no further. So what we have here is essentially the next phase. So I know people in my division would be very appreciative if we did continue this particular project. One, to help public transport in our particular area, and, you know, two, for support for the business. I mean, we've heard from representatives of the hospital, of the Cambridge Biomedical Campus, of Granta Park, which is one of the leading science parks in South Cambridgeshire, if not the county. You know, all of these need this particular scheme to be able to function and get their employees to and from the site. So, you know, I would encourage people to think about that when making a decision on this. We've also heard a lot about potential railways between Haverhill and Cambridge. I mean, I will say this option has been looked at time and time and time again over the years. Every single time it scores incredibly poorly on the cost benefit analysis, which is why no governments, previous or current, have seen any warrant in taking that forward. So that is the position we're in. So what my preference is as the local member would be that we push this scheme forward rather than one that we have no guarantee of funding for. So that's why I'll be supporting this, and I encourage everyone else to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Commendably brief. Councillor Haythorne.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to speak as a councillor who represents a division that sits on the Northern Busway and just the St Ives Busway, and just to say that the alignment of the route being discussed today is similar in that it sits on the edge of many villages. Many of the properties that are served by the busway are over a mile away, much in the same way as it would be in relation to a rail station. But that does not stop it being an incredibly effective mode of transport. At the moment, the buses cannot meet the capacity. That's not an insurmountable problem, but there are so many people. And if you put more buses on the busway in the morning, it fills up. So many people want to use the busway. People from St Ives, from Huntingdon, from places which are not on the busway, from beyond the busway, are connecting into the busway. It is so popular, it is so effective. And that's in a current context when they then enter the city and go into Cambridge congestion, which is extremely non-ideal. So I think this is a really effective busway. I think although the stops are not going to be in the middle of communities, it doesn't matter. People will find ways to effectively get to those stops. And I will be supporting this today because I think busways really work and are the only practical solution at this point to our transport needs.
Thank you for that, Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. With the greatest respect, it seems to me that one of the biggest weaknesses of the current administration is that once they've set their heart on a policy, they become unable to hear any criticism or logical argument against it. Now, I admire strong leadership, don't get me wrong. When Councillor Machini said, let's stop shuffling papers around and deliver something, I applaud that. I think that's something you can respect. But strong leadership down the wrong road still leaves you lost. And I think what concerns me a little is that this is going to end up very much like previous policies, like the road charging, for instance, where GCP or whoever is pushing it from the top. The heart is set on the policy, and what it eventually leads to, under escalating costs, problems and public opposition, is a massive climb down. I predict that's what will happen again, but at least with strong leadership, people know where you stand and they can vote accordingly next year. Thank you.
Even more commendably brief, Councillor Tierney. Thank you very much. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief as well, as I'm sure you'll appreciate. I will be voting against this suggestion, I can call it, I think. I'll be voting against it. And I must say that the applicants seem to have managed to combine the ability of spending a lot of money and upsetting a lot of people quite well. It's pretty obvious from the speakers we've had today that the residents in that area don't want their countryside destroyed, and there are alternatives, and this isn't one of them. I would like to stress the railway option because I think the ability to rebuild or re-establish the old Haverhill to Cambridge railway line would be a wonderful move. And of course, that holds out the possibility of going further than Haverhill and having another cross-country line going up down to Sudbury. So I think this is expensive folly that's going to upset a lot of people and not deliver anything better than the less expensive option. So I will be opposing it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Slatter.
Thank you, Chair. Not a crafted and timed contribution, I'm afraid. But I don't know how many members here voted for the Cambridge busway, the guided busway, which goes past what is now my house. I live within sight of Addenbrooke's Hospital and within earshot of the roads that access it now. I saw them being built, the bridges across the railway, and the City Council did oppose that busway because it had a big gap in the middle, as Councillor Hawthorne has just referred to. It was a southern section and a northern section, and the bits in between, they just had to take their chance on the road. This is a much better thought out scheme. However, there are lessons we can learn from that slightly dubious busway, which we've not exactly come to love, but certainly appreciate its merits. And they are great. They are greater than I would have believed. And we can learn lessons on designing busways that actually can boost biodiversity and certainly can help a variety of people get to and fro by mainly electric or human means on bikes or scooters or whatever. I would hope that we will learn those lessons. I hope we can design during the years ahead proper biodiversity based on the research that is going on to both plant life above and life below the ground, and certainly help the modal shift and to help the visitors, the villages nearby, which will actually find it more useful than they thought. When I wake up in the morning, I'm woken by the sound of birdsong and cars. The cars mainly come from the road that is accessing Addenbrooke's. They start about 5 o'clock, sometimes like the birds, because there's long working hours there. And very little comes from the busway. I would hope that the villages and I'm sorry that they have done, there's a slight discourtesy of leaving before hearing us talk about what they said, but I do hope that the residents of Shelford, Stapleford and Sawston will find that there are great benefits for them, as well as, and this is the key thing, the businesses and the services that this is designed to serve. I will be voting for this, but not in a mindless or politically whipped way, as has been suggested, and not without misgivings. Of course, it's not straightforward, but we can steer it now the best benefit of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slatter, for that slight window into the domestic household Slatter family. Birdsong and cars at 5 in the morning. I've got 3 more speakers. So that could be up to 15 minutes, and we are required by the Constitution to stop at 12:30. So I am going to invite those speakers to briefly, Councillor Shayler, you're going to be a 4th speaker. Well, I don't know about that, actually. Oh, I've got hundreds of speakers now. So we will, in that case, we will now adjourn I will ask you to please be back by 1 o'clock. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on this matter? Because I am going to close the list now. I've got you, Councillor Netzinger, Shayler, Beckett and Meschini. Good, well, fine. Right, colleagues, shall we resume our proceedings? If everybody would like to take their seat and make themselves comfortable. No. So we are, just to remind you, in the discussion of item number 6, which is the Better Public Transport Cambridge South East Transport Scheme. The next speaker is Councillor Netzinger, if you're ready.
Ready, and I will be brief. My contribution is mostly to say thank you to all the very, very many members of this council, officers of this council, members of the public, officers of other organisations, some of which are present and some of which are not, and indeed organisations sort of like the Cambridge Biomedical Campus and many of the employer organisations who have put years and years of effort into examining the detail of this project. And I know a large number of colleagues in this room have walked sections of this route multiple times, examining in real detail the options that are available. I recognise that some residents may remain unconvinced that the route being proposed is the right one. And in an area of great natural beauty, high density housing and growth, there are always going to be those who would prefer a different option. But I want it to be very clear that this route has been chosen following an extraordinary level of care and scrutiny. We've heard from the employers in the area, especially Mike Moore, who leads the Addenbrooke Hospital Group, just how crucial this scheme is to them, and it is critical to the sustainability of their plans. So I really want to say thank you to all the councillors and many others who have spent so many years on that scrutiny. The councillors in particular who are showing great courage today to take a decision to move ahead with the next stage, which for some will not be a popular choice. It's not always easy to vote through something that is not necessarily welcomed by your neighbours. So I wanted to thank them for their courage and their leadership. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Shaler.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to talk a little bit more about the off-road solution as something that is scalable, future-proof, such that we can put other kinds of vehicles like rail or whatever in the future, but also the general principle of the difference between on-road and off-road. I want to contrast what's happening with the A428. Currently, between Black Hat and Cax and Gibbet, we're talking about £1 billion tearing up a lot of the countryside to put in those dual carriageways. Currently, the system takes 30,000 vehicle movements a day. Day one, when this opens as a dual carriageway, it will take more than 50,000 vehicle movements. Where are all those cars going to go? Every time we build more road, we make all of our transport systems less viable. They have to go somewhere. So the opposite is true when we talk about public transport or passenger transport. Everyone we get to use public transport, it makes all of our systems, including roads, more viable. So this is about giving people real options, a real choice about how they travel. For some, if they can travel. For others, to choose not to spend half of their lives as unpaid taxi drivers ferrying other people around. The freedom to choose to be on board real passenger transport, connecting networks across the county and across our nation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Shaler. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. I can only assume that the other three people in front of me have moved out. Okay.
Well, they've spoken, Councillor Count.
No, thank you. Chair, that was quick. I'm afraid I can't be as quick. Where we are at the moment is the GCP has got £726,934,000 worth of projects that are in its current book that it wishes to complete. This one weighs in at a cool 160 million is the current estimate. Now, we know that the Labour and Liberal parties temporarily put a hold on the congestion charge in Cambridge City. We know it's temporary because when we asked for, with our motion, no new taxes, you completely refused to rule that out because you wouldn't rule out the possibility of the congestion charge rearing its ugly head yet again. So I have to wonder where this £726,934,000 will come from. Well, there may be money from government. We've seen the generosity of £7.2 million towards this scheme so far, which is nothing compared to the 153 that's still required on today's latest estimate. So I do wonder if actually we're sitting here making a case to have an expensive network that is unaffordable, but can only become affordable if if the Labour Alliance reintroduce the congestion charge theme. So for that reason, is one of the reasons I'll be voting against this. 6,609 people signed a petition. We heard a lot of voices today asking for a better public transport route in that area. I agree, we need a better public transport route in that area. And I am unconvinced that the extra £100 million required for this represents good value for money. And according to true Conservative values, you only spend money when you know it's good value for money. And I remain unconvinced by these arguments. So I can't support it on that reason. I am concerned at the ability for modal shift here. We heard in the speeches, if you put them all together, we have a combination of active travel to get to a bus, active travel to get to a bus that takes you onto a second bus because that bus won't go into the city, active travel to take you a bus to a second bus, or perhaps a car to take you to a park and ride to take you to a bus. And there was one after another where the actual modal shift was not from the start of the journey to the destination. You actually had to engage in multiple themes of transport to get from A to B. You need to concentrate with your, to achieve modal shift in the point of origin in order to move people from the car, if that's the aim. Because it's only when people are offered a fast, safe, reasonably priced alternative from their point of origin that you achieve true modal shift, because they can get to their destination faster, cheaper, more reliably. Once you've got into your nice warm car in the middle of winter when it's raining, you don't want to get out and sit in a car park waiting every 10 minutes for a bus. So I'm not convinced by that either. I just want to highlight something that we actually have to deal with in the area that I live in. Peak damaged roads. They are completely unsafe to drive on, in my opinion. I make many representations on this, and the answer we had so far, which was on the radio from the current leader, was my residents have to drive slower over more bumpy roads. That was the response we got. £100 million would fix 1/3 of the peak damaged roads. So from my point of view, I cannot agree to somebody silver plating, no gold plating, nay, platinum plating a scheme, whilst my residents go without. So sorry, Chair, I won't be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Councillor Beckett, you reserved your right to speak to the end as seconder of the motion.
Thank you, Chair. This has actually come around, I think, quicker than we were all expecting. So that's very good.
Well, let's crack on.
I want to start by saying thank you to everyone that has contributed today, and particularly to those members of the public that have come along to ask their questions. There is no doubt that this is a difficult decision, and it is really great to hear all of the different sides to that, and we really appreciate you coming along to make those comments. It's also been really interesting listening to members today in this debate. Councillor Hunt, I think it was a certain Mr. Beeching that cut some of those rail lines, and while I think that is a decision that we would seek to reverse today, taken under a certain Harold Macmillan. It is not one that is easy for us to reverse. It's also really interesting listening to Councillor Slatter and Councillor Hathorn about the popularity of the current busway. And again, I think that was a controversial decision at the time, but it is not one that we would seek to reverse today. The busways have been popular and do remain popular, and it is testament to them to hear the levels of demand that Councillor Hathorn sees, even while that can be challenging at times. We've heard many different thoughts about this and many different options on what could be done here, but I think the kind of TLDR of this is between a busway that will help serve the residents in the biomedical campus or not. From my own residence, I obviously represent Queen Edith's, which has a Babraham Road, the A1307 on it, and we see large amounts of traffic every day queuing down that road coming into Cambridge as people seek to access the biomedical campus. As the biomedical campus grows, I'm in no doubt that that traffic will only get worse unless we are able to put in place other solutions to that. And that is one of the reasons why I very much support this busway. It'll help reduce that demand and help people find sustainable journeys to the biomedical campus. It was really interesting here today, Councillor Milnes. I didn't realise just how big the biomed scene was, and that we're bigger than the whole of France. That was a really interesting statistic and very good to hear. But it is something that is so important to our region, this. We all do need the biomedical campus and the industry that it brings that helps support all of our residents. And therefore, we need to be doing everything that we can to support it. So I will keep my speech short to say that I am just supporting this. And I do think it is a difficult decision, but it is a decision that we must take.
Thank you, Councillor Beckett. And finally, Councillor Moschini.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm going to try standing. Let's see if I'm audible, because this will be, I think, the final speech on this matter, and it is extremely important that we focus attention. If you remember nothing else from what has happened in the past few hours, remember the hospitals. 2 representatives came all the way here, not a place that they would usually come, not a chamber they're familiar with, not a process that they usually engage with. They came here to tell us, please, to do this. And if you don't remember anything else from today, please remember this. I have some quotes here from people who will use this scheme. We went to the biomedical campus, we talked to staff, we talked to workers of all kinds. One of them says, I think this is a really good idea because I think we're incredibly lucky in this part of the world. We have so much going on. The biomedical campus is really great, and we've got to be able to move people from one place to another. We are too congested. We've got to open up busways. We've got to open up cycle paths. We've just got to do it, so I'm really in favour. That's person number 1. Person number 2 says, really good news for Cambridge. I've used guided busways in the past, and they are such a time saver when you're travelling in traffic, and the cycle route can only benefit that, as well as having, I guess, a pretty much straight line all the way from the city centre to Granta Park. So yes, all good, says person number 2. These are people that travel to work every day. We don't know who they are. We don't know what they do. Whatever they do is really, really important, and we owe it to them to start delivering. The proposals in front of us today are the result of work on the scheme over almost a decade, a detailed business case with many addendums, many appendices. This scheme has grown so much since we started talking about it, and this was, as I have explained, quite a long time before I came onto the scene. If we are going to take one thing away from today, we need this now. We can't afford for any more processes to be started, any more reviews to be done anymore, but maybe what about, we have got to do this now. And the amount of benefit that this will do to the whole region, including places where at the moment we badly need to put back investment, and this is absolutely true. There are residents that need schemes to go on in their area. These things are money making. There's a reason why the Treasury was so keen to fund this scheme. These things will make money for everybody, not just those who live there. So in closing, I just want to go back to the beginning. This is bigger than most of us in this room today. It is absolutely crucial, not just for our region, but for the entire country. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Let's please do this now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Moschini. I now intend to move to the vote. As the Transport and Works Act is seeking an order under the terms of the Act, Section 239 of the Local Government Act applies. This requires a majority of the whole number of the members of the authority at a meeting of the authority. Therefore, in order for this motion to be carried, 31 members will need to vote in favour. I will now take an electronic vote on the motion. Mrs. Rowe, can you please start the vote? Oh, it's back on again.
Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion. Oh, is it? Have we? Okay, we need to restart the vote. Apologies for the delay, members. Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. The result of the vote is 33 votes in favour, 15 against, and no abstentions. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rowe. We move on now to the next item, which is recommendations to full council from the Constitution and Ethics Committee, which you can find on page 49 of your agenda. As the Chair and the Vice Chair of the Constitution and Ethics Committee were unable to make the meeting on the 26th of September, I will ask Councillor Dupre, who was elected Chair at the meeting, to move that the recommendations as set out in the report be adopted. And can I ask another member, who I think is Councillor Bulat, to second? Councillor Dupre?
Thank you, Chair. I will speak very briefly to this matter. This achieved the unanimous support of members at the committee when it met last month. The aim of this proposal is to establish a subcommittee of the Assets and Procurement Committee to oversee the role that the council plays in shareholder matters in the companies that it significantly owns a part of. And the aim in doing this is to bring us into line with best value guidance and the other forms of guidance that there are around this matter, to ensure that we have proper member oversight of this area of our responsibility, which is extremely important, and ensure that we have clear systematic frameworks for considering these issues, and ensure that as our role as shareholder is properly scrutinised and we have proper oversight of these very important assets and ownerships that we have. I'm therefore very happy to move this proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Dupre. Councillor Dr. Bulat, do you want to speak now or reserve your right to speak?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second the recommendations and be pleased to know I don't have anything further to add unless there is debate.
Thank you very much. Any comments from Councillor Bowden?
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. This matter came before the Assets and Procurement Committee on the 17th of July, and we had quite a considerable discussion about it. And I'm sorry to see that no element of that discussion has finally made it through to this recommendation from the Constitution and Ethics Committee. We end up in recommendation A with a quite loose requirement, loosely defined requirement about council-owned companies. And I'm actually grateful it's been loosely defined because it can allow some flexibility, which, Chair, I would ask you, and I know that you're a member of the Constitution and Ethics Committee, I would ask you to try to ensure that we get the best for the council as far as this is concerned. It's a very unfortunate title to have been used here about council-owned committees, when many of the committees which are actually mentioned in here aren't actually owned by the council. You, Chair, I'm sure will be intimately familiar with Section 1159 of the Companies Act 2006, where there is a definition of what's meant by a company being owned. And those companies which do not have more than 50% of shareholding are not, unless it's, with some minor exceptions, they're not owned by any other entity. Now, because there is a lack of definition here, we have a list supposedly of those companies which have more than 25% share ownership in. And that 25% share ownership has only been used because there's an accounting requirement to report on companies which are more than 25% owned, those being more than 25% owned being associate companies, as opposed to those more than 50% owned being subsidiaries. So there was no particular reason to choose 25%. And I had a particular concern, which I did raise at the meeting of the Assets and Procurement Committee, about a company which we have a share ownership in, which is quite a lot less than 25%. It actually is only 9.6%, and it is Opus People Solutions Group Limited. company which not many members of this council will be familiar with, but I am for reasons other than county council. And I'm concerned, and I express my concern, that we don't get a particularly good value for money out of that company, whereas another shareholder, which is another local authority, gains at our expense. And I believe that we would do very well indeed for the subcommittee to overview that company as well, even though it's only a 9.6% shareholding. Now, I will support what's in front of us today, but as I said, it's been very loosely written. And I would ask you, Chair, or through you, any members of the Joint Administration, to ensure that when the subcommittee is actually established, the flexibility is allowed for companies which are, like Pathfinder Legal Services, only 50% owned and therefore not wholly owned subsidiaries, or companies which are less than 50% owned, such as Opus People Solutions Group Limited, for those companies also to fall within the remit of the subcommittee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. What sort of confidence you have in my knowledge of company law? I don't have any other speakers. So given, Councillor Bowden, that you said you were going to support this, I am assuming that I can take this as agreed by full council. Has anybody, Councillor Smith, did you raise your hand? Yep, no, lovely, that's fine, thank you very much. No, well, we don't need a vote because I think it has, everyone's more or less agreed on this. So we move on to the next item, which is item number 8, the allocation of seats and substitutes to political groups in accordance with the political balance rules. And I move that the allocation of seats and substitutes on the shareholder subcommittee that we have just agreed to political groups in accordance with the political balance rules as set out in the report be approved. And I invite Councillor Dew, my Vice Chair, to second.
Yeah, quite happy to second.
Thank you very much. Anybody wish to comment on this? No, thank you. We move on. There's general consensus and support of that motion. If anyone disagrees, please indicate now. No objections. We move on to agenda item number 9. I move that the proposed appointment of Councillor Firouz Thompson as Vice Chair of Children and Young People Committee, as set out in the report on page 61 of the agenda, be approved. I invite the Vice Chair to second.
Intend to second.
Any comments? That looks like oh, Councillor Taylor. You're abstaining. Okay, there seems to be general consensus. I think we will, as we have had the mark of a non-support, we will take an electronic vote on this. Mrs. Rowe, might give you the opportunity to restart the system, given that everybody who's spoken so far has been called Councillor Sebastian Kindersley, which I dare say will have horrible ramifications. Talk amongst yourselves for a moment then, whilst we reset the system.
Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. We need to get to 40. Apologies, members, we're having some trouble with the equipment, so we're going to have to restart it again. Apologies, members. We will need to take the vote again. Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, we're now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 37 votes in favour, none against and 8 abstentions. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe, and thank you, officers, for struggling with the technology. You are winning. We move on to item 10, which is written motions, and 4 motions have been submitted. So motion number 1, can I ask Councillor Alex Bulat to move and speak to a motion that's set out on pages 3 and 4 of the council agenda? But before I do that, my understanding is that Councillor Count, you moved an amendment and that Councillor Bulat is prepared to accept that amendment as an alteration to her motion. Are you content?
Yes, Chair.
I need to ask for the assent of the meeting to that change. Splendid. Thank you very much. In which case, Councillor Bulat, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. We all want to feel safe where we live. The 2024 Quality of Life Survey across Cambridgeshire shows that 85% of residents reported feeling safe. This is good, but is it good enough? We have to ask why those residents who report feeling unsafe do so. Do they feel unsafe in their home? Is there something that can be done to be improved on their local street that would make them feel a little bit safer? Or is it about how their town or village feels like, especially at night or when on their own? So why are people who are most likely to feel unsafe, why are they more likely to feel unsafe than others? I'll give my personal experience. When I moved to the UK as a teenager, one of the things I noticed very quickly, straight away I noticed how I felt safer than where I used to grow up. I suddenly didn't feel the need to walk holding my keys tightly in my pocket, dressing in ways that would attract the least attention, or hiding jewelry when walking back home in the dark at night, as I previously used to do so. But when I started going to different areas across the UK, I quickly noticed how some places were less safe than others. And I feel that my friends, especially over the last years, say that they feel less safe than they used to do so. So it seems to me that there is a bit of a postcode lottery when it comes to community safety, and some areas desperately need more investments to tackle crime and antisocial behavior. So I'm proposing this motion today because I do feel this is a topic all councillors are concerned about, involved in, whether it's on our local neighbourhood watch group, meetings with local police officers, or being part, for some of us, of the Cambridgeshire Police Panel. I'm sure this is an area where everyone wants to feel they are safer in their areas, we have safer communities, regardless of our political differences. So on this note, I'm thankful to Councillor Steve Count and his group for proposing their amendment, which clarifies a couple of the recommendations. So that's why I'm happy to accept this amendment as an alteration in the hope that this motion will be able to gain cross-party and unanimous support. I'm also grateful to our elected member community safety champion, Councillor Philippa Slatter. Councillor Slatter and I have spoken about this motion before, and I felt it was most appropriate for her as community safety champion to second this motion today. I would also like to thank Councillor Neil Shaler, who is our council's White Ribbon Ambassador, who I'm sure will agree to work on implementing some of the practical actions this motion proposes for our council. The council has a very important role to play in community safety. We are a statutory partner on all the 5 community safety partnerships in Cambridgeshire, which are led by district and city councils, including representatives from the police, fire and rescue services, probation services, and health. There is much to be welcomed: the partnership working approach from the Police and Crime Commissioner's plans, the government promising to recruit new neighbourhood police officers, and how our partners across Cambridgeshire work to inform, prevent, and tackle crime and antisocial behaviour. However, there are still things to worry about. We remain the fourth lowest funded police force in the country, while having one of the highest population increases. The domestic abuse and sexual violence statistics are worrying, with domestic abuse making up 1 in 5 crimes recorded nationally. And while many residents receive information and are confident to report crime, not everyone is. So we must do much more to ensure residents are informed, but crucially that they trust the system, and they trust that if they report something, there will be a response and action on it. So I'm proposing 3 very straightforward recommendations today. The first one is our ask to national government to ask the Home Secretary for our fair share of neighborhood police officers, and that they are fully funded by the Central Policing Core Grant. Second is our ask to the elected and newly elected constituency MPs across the county to lobby for a fairer funding deal for our region. And third, what can we do as a local council? Because it's important each motion has some practical actions, to ask officers from the Domestic Abuse and Sexual Violence Service to recruit additional White Ribbon ambassadors, to develop a cross-council action plan for the reaccreditation process, and to communicate the help and support available across Cambridgeshire to the victims of domestic abuse through the various channels highlighted in the motion recommendation. I think it's fair to say that we all want to see more action on community safety in our local divisions, communities where people are informed about who to contact if they feel unsafe, where we work in partnership and support and prioritize our local charities and organizations who have the local knowledge working on community safety, communities where crime, where it occurs, is quickly responded to, and to have that quick and efficient response, the police and other agencies fighting crime and antisocial behavior need to be properly resourced to do their job, a job that they do day in and day out, which we're all grateful for. Thank you very much, Chair. I move this motion.
Thank you very much. What good timing. Councillor Slatter, you are seconding this. Do you wish to speak now, or do you wish to reserve your right? Thank you. Councillor Daunton.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you to Councillor Viewlat for bringing the motion. I speak as somebody who spent 4 years on the South Cambridgeshire CSP and on the Police and Crime panel as a district councillor. I welcome the opportunity to support the work of the CSPs across the county, and I know that they do good work. There's more good work to be done, and I'm pleased to support the work of Councillor Slatter as community safety champion, looking at coordinating the work of CSPs across the county. And I hope that she will have some success in that work. And I'm very grateful for the way that she's working with officers on that. In relation to Councillor Viewlat's point about the police force, again, I welcome the point in the motion. And I look forward to funding not just for the officers themselves, for the increase in the number of officers, but sufficient funding for training and for the equipment that the new officers will need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much. I wish to express through you, Chair, of course, thanks to Councillor Viewlat for bringing this motion. And I'd like to add some points from the perspective of the Cambridgeshire Fire and Rescue Service, which has a key role to play in the community safety partnerships. The fire service is actually very engaged in protecting vulnerable individuals in the community. Their preventive work involves making hundreds of preventive safety visits to people in their homes. When there, they give advice on fire safety, obviously, but then they learn about people's situation. And as a result of these visits, make really significant numbers of referrals, for example, to social services and community and mental health services and community police forces as well, to ensure that vulnerable people receive the support that they need. I'm also grateful that this motion references the unfairness in our system for funding public services. In truth, all public services in Cambridgeshire are penalised by a funding formula which does not reflect changes in population. In Cambridgeshire, this growth penalty certainly affects police, but equally health and fire, as well as we know, local government. Cambridgeshire is fortunate in having a very high-performing fire service. This is all the more remarkable when considering it is the second lowest funded fire service in the country. The service receives £13 per head of population per year,
of funding compared to the fire service country average of £18 per head of population. If Cambridgeshire was funded, fire service was funded at the average level, we'd have an extra £5 million a year to spend. This represents an extra 20% on our income, which would bring us back to the position we were in a decade ago. Finally, it is worth noting that the fire service is very much on the front line for some of the challenges of our time, whether that is flood, heat-induced fires, or fires from new tech such as lithium batteries. We therefore do require a solution to the funding problem, or there is a real risk for the fire and rescue service and wider public services, as well as to community safety generally.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shaler.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to take this opportunity to thank officers from the Domestic Abuse and Sexual Violence Service and all of those white ribbon workers across our county. As a white ribbon ambassador over the past few years, I've been made aware of terrible situations and heard from many victims. We work for a change in society, a change in culture, yet we are often faced with adversarial systems in the courts, politics, and media. There is progress with in-school consent training, and of course the welcome change around the laws involved with coercive control in 2015. There are gaps. For instance, there is no current law against spiking drinks. The 2015 law relates to financial control, psychological control, humiliation, and various other forms of abuse. 9 years later, we still need to better equip people to spot the red flags of selfishness, egotism, jealousy, and all forms of controlling behavior. I very much support the motion, especially the white ribbon reaccreditation process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Slatter, your time has come. Oh, no, sorry. You can resume your seat, Councillor Slatter. It's spurred a lot of other people on. Who'd like to speak next? Councillor Count, were you? And somebody else indicated.
Yeah,
Councillor Bratton.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Boulat, for bringing this motion forward, and thank you for accepting the amendment as an alteration. Just to clarify for those people at home not aware, so the amendment was that the 13,000 new neighbourhood police officers are fully funded by the Central Policing Corps grant. The motion before us emphasises that everyone in Cambridgeshire deserves access to a reasonably funded and a good police force working together with our various areas of our community, tackling antisocial behaviour and domestic abuse. Now, I don't regard that as a priority. I regard that as a fundamental right. And we've done a lot in that respect between our crime safety partnerships, the county council working with the district and city-led partnerships, and it's made great strides. But there is one troubling reality here, and that here in Cambridgeshire, we're up against it because we start from a point of the 4th lowest funded police force in the country. And with the population growing rapidly, that can put us at risk of being unable to cope, not just now, but in the future. I welcome the recent government announcement, the pledge to recruit 13,000 new neighbourhood police officers, which is a welcome development. And we must ensure that Cambridgeshire receives its fair share of these resources. It's with interest that I read the Labour manifesto on this policy, because the promise of the new 13,000 neighbourhood police officers, it stated, these new recruits will be paid for by tackling waste through a new police efficiency collaboration programme for England and Wales to drive down costs. So I was a little surprised, but absolutely delighted that the Labour group have endorsed our proposed amendment, agreeing with us that the Labour government needs to fund these new officers from the Central Policing Corps grant, not from some imaginary efficiency savings yet to be realised as outlined in the Labour manifesto. As a rough back of the packet calculation myself, if there's 13,000 new neighbourhood support officers in the UK, probably 130 should be available here in Cambridgeshire. And if it's 130, I'd hate to see our Police and Crime Commissioner, Darryl Preston, trying to find the cuts in the service delivery that we've got to actually fund for these. So I really welcome the fact that we're asking central government to actually pay for their commitments. I'm glad that we appear to have cross-party support on this. This resembles earlier motions. I think there's been 2 to this council over the years about fairer funding for all of our public services in Cambridgeshire. We're one of the lowest funded public service sectors in the UK. And yet, outside of the core centre of London, we're the highest contributors. That cannot be allowed to continue. That cannot match up. It just doesn't make any sense. We've asked the previous government for fair funding review across the whole of the public sector, and we did that as a cross-party support. Here we are today again, asking for fairer funding for the police force, but I will expand that in my verbal, in my speech, just to say that in my point of view, one thing leads to another. It's the NHS, it's our education, it's our police, our fire, our councils, our districts, our city. All of us are not getting the fair share of funding. And I'd welcome a new funding formula that isn't so metro driven, that actually recognises the needs of our area. But thank you for bringing this forward, Councillor Boulat, and I'm glad that you are happy to take on board that amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. I speak also as a member of the Community Safety Partnership based in South Cambridgeshire for 4 years, and I still sit and have sat on the Police and Crime panel since 2017. And I think for all of that time that I've been on the Police and Crime panel, we have been asking Darryl Preston, the Police and Crime Commissioner, to address government and ask for that redress to the funding formula. So I welcome this motion from Councillor Boulat, which will support that request, because as a biologist by training and a statistician by training and experience, I can only support the need to consider inputs on a per head of population basis. And of course, we've had a massive increase in our population locally, and that means we have a greater population, sadly, of people wishing to do criminal activity. And so we need the appropriate and proportionate support for our police force. The data provided by Councillor Murphy is very relevant and helpful and revealing. And so this reconsideration of the funding formula, as described by Councillor Count too, is the only way that funding in Cambridgeshire can be properly addressed and proportionate to the needs of our population. So thank you very much, Councillor Boulat.
Thank you, Councillor Bradnam. Right, now, Councillor Slatter, I think it's your opportunity to second.
Thank you, Chair. I want to second Councillor Boulat's motion as amended by Councillor Count. It's very clear that all members of this council wish to see the residents of our county served by a properly resourced police force. I'm sure that we all recognise from our work in our own divisions the many ways in which we need to call on the police. This weekend in Trumpington, a dog attacked and killed another dog in our country park. Distressed residents called the police and they took charge of the situation. During the summer, residents in a block of flats saw youngsters cycling up to a parked van on several occasions and were afraid they were getting involved in drugs. They phoned the police. I had my bike registered at last after years of using them by the police free of charge this year. A bit late, but I bought it to replace the third one I've had stolen. Last year, a woman suffering from domestic violence told me how good the police had been and was reassured that they would come if she needed them again. Dog control, drugs, bike theft and domestic violence, all issues that crop up in our inbox and in our councillor drop-ins all the time, all over the county, I'm sure. As councillors, we encourage residents to report antisocial and possible criminal behaviour to the police, and we hope that they will have enough resources to respond. We know that the key to neighbourhoods feeling safe is confidence that the police will come when we need them. Enough neighbourhood police officers are, of course, key to this and will understand what response is needed. When I was made Community Safety Champion for this council, I believe the position had been vacant for a little while, and I had a lot to learn. With the help of the officers and other councillors such as Councillor Daunton and Councillor Bradnam, who serve on these multi-agency organisations, I have been finding out how the community safety partnerships work and trying to help make more links with the district councils and emergency services. We all do things differently in different parts of the county, but it is important that we work more closely to share good practice. We should all be more aware in our divisions of the work of our own CSPs. Check out their agenda, see if it's the one we would want it to be. I think most of the meetings are now online. You know, join, take a listen, maybe contribute. I was made extremely welcome at the city one. I'm hoping to be made welcome at the South Cambridgeshire one. I will go to any others that I get invited to by fellow councillors who are also taking a keen interest in community safety. We know that organised crime and extremist organisations are only too good at communication, and as councillors we have a part to play. As part of our community work, and particularly when we knock on many doors at election time, we are in a privileged position to learn about our residents' problems and to raise concerns about the safety of communities or of individuals. We can do so much more if the 5 CSPs work together on shared problems and spread good ideas. For example, I hope that many of you will be able to join the members' briefing on the Home Office-led Prevent strategy the day after tomorrow, and when we can find out more about anti-terrorism work in the county so that we know what to look out for and how to report any concerns we may have. It is good to hear the motion so far has your full support. I recommend this motion to help make sure we have enough police to report our concerns to. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Bulat.
Thank you, Chair. It's always a challenge to summarize so many contributions, but I'll do my best. Thank you, first of all, to Councillor Slatter for seconding this motion today and sharing more about your important work as community safety champion for this council and some of the briefings taking place, which indeed all members are encouraged to attend. I also like to thank you for highlighting this importance of reporting, and I think actually trusting the reporting process, trusting that actions will result from this is really key. And that's why I think having more neighborhood police officers is really important, because they have the local knowledge and the trust from their communities that they will take action. And I think that's a really positive development. I would like to thank Councillor Daunton for highlighting the need of training and equipment for those new officers. I also think it's important to highlight the possible opportunities for local residents, which are highly encouraged to have the opportunity to train and fill in those new roles when they're created. Councillor Murphy, thank you for highlighting the need for prevention in this work and detailing some of the unfairness of the funding formula that currently does not, as you rightly mentioned, accurately reflect changes in the population. I believe that changes to the government's police grant allocation are really needed to better reflect our population changes locally. To Councillor Shaler, thank you for speaking about your work as White Ribbon Ambassador, and to the many officers working on this campaign and initiative in our communities. I think it's really, really important in this fight against domestic abuse and violence against women and girls to have men's voices as well, speaking up against all forms of abusive and violent behavior. Councillor Bradnam, thank you for your work on local community safety partnerships in your area and the police and crime panel, and highlighting some of the challenges with that as well. And now moving on to Councillor's Count response. Thank you so much for clarifying the amendment. I do agree that funding on neighbourhood police officers needs to be stable to be able to maintain this commitment over the years. And I do hope that the new government will have a bit more success than the previous ones to review the funding formulas, which is a topic I know has been raised again and again, being the 4th lowest funded police force in the country. I did write this motion in the spirit of cross-party working because I don't think this is a topic where we need too many unnecessary political points on. And there's no harm, in my view, in asking for funding proposals to be reconsidered or reviewed, or like for more detail to be provided on those, rather than simply being against or making like a certain political point on one thing or another. So I don't have anything against it. That's why I accepted it. And I'm very happy for the letter writing exercise to go forward as proposed. So just to summarize, there are 2 of those letters for the national changes that we all agree should happen. But I do hope we can focus our attention as councillors representing our divisions on what we can do in the 3rd recommendation as a council to promote the White Ribbon campaign, to work through our community safety partnerships and through our statutory duties, and to represent our residents' concerns effectively on community safety, whether we work with partners or with various other organizations and local charities as well. So thank you very much for the debate on this, and I'm looking forward to the vote. And thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. There seems to be general consensus and support of the altered motion. If anyone disagrees, please raise your hand. Nope, nobody. So I see no objections. We'll take the altered motion as carried. That concludes discussion of the first motion. We now move to the second motion submitted by Councillor Ros Hathorn. Can I ask Councillor Hathorn to move and speak to a motion as set out on pages 4 to 6 of the council agenda? Let me worry about that.
Thank you. Sorry about that, everyone. So this is a motion about growth and planning. As we've heard today, growth is not straightforward. It is difficult. It is change, and change is hard to manage. People actually are quite good-natured about change, I find, but when it goes wrong, when it's glitchy, when it doesn't make sense, that's when it really struggles. And as one of the only places in the country where we are delivering the levels of growth that government of all colours want, we are seeing those problems ahead of everyone else. And so this motion makes some practical suggestions at our county level, which we can control, and also calls for a letter to government to ask them to listen to what's going wrong here and change legislation to make it better. So the example I provide is Franklin Gardens Junction, which is in my division. It was signed off in 2008, and it wasn't a great design then. When it was built out at the end of last year and the start of this year, it still wasn't a great design. It's really clunky. It's not clear where you're supposed to go if you're a cyclist. That means 6 different cyclists approaching the junction might do something different and something weird. Cyclists don't know what each other are doing. Pedestrians don't know what cyclists are doing, and cars don't know what cyclists are doing. With better design, you could easily overcome this. So it's really frustrating that a lot of money has been spent on a poor quality design. Furthermore, it sits within part of the GCP's Histon Road scheme. So the way the GCP has worked, GCP asked if the developers would work together, but that was refused. The way the schemes work is you work on one arterial road. When that's complete, you move over to the next one. What happened was the Histon Road scheme was completed, and then the GCP moved over to work on the Milton Road scheme, another arterial road taking you out of the north of the city. And then the developers of Franklin Gardens decided that they were going to deliver their scheme at the same time. So we ended up having both of the arterial roads out of the city closed at the same time. This is unbelievably frustrating and disruptive. It is particularly bad for bus users and bus companies. And this is one of those examples of growth not making sense. So what I've asked for in this motion is firstly that members are provided with comprehensive and bespoke training. Now, I did make some stronger requests, but I was told by the council that they could not accept the motion as it stood, as it would not be compatible with the national legislation. But I do think there is a value in comprehensive training, because as the county council officers have delivered new schemes, they have learnt a lot. So they structure schemes. There's lots of learning about highways planning. So if I take Orchard Park, a new community in my division, when the transport planning happened there was one plan, and 20 years later, we are still living with the consequences of a plan that's very much out of date, whereas new communities have phased planning, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. So lessons are learned. Lessons are being learnt all the time. And if we can understand what those lessons are as local councillors, then we can push the officers to be as ambitious as possible when they are planning developments in our own communities. The second, and we can also feed back the issues we experience. The second request is for a guidance document available on the website, which also sounds somewhat dry, but I have a road in my division. Oh, sorry, a road in, that's a bit tall. A road in my division, which I've got a lot of facilities on the other side. It's getting busier and busier and busier. Residents are really upset. They would like council officers to block the latest planning application, but council officers can't go that far. If we can explain why council officers can't just block planning permission if it causes traffic problems, then that helps take people along with us. It also means that we can push council officers to go as far as they can in response to planning applications. The last parts of the motion are the letter to government. So hopefully I will get a greater support about the request for a fairer funding formula and for the importance of keeping population data up to date and current. That has been greatly discussed just now. There's also a request that powers are granted so that local governments can force developers to collaborate with other partners. So for example, in the Franklin Gardens junction, for the developer to work with the GCP so that things make sense, things are cohesive, and we're not doing the same thing twice. There's a request to have a mechanism so that designs can be kept up to date and consistent with current legislation, design standards. So again, If that was the case with the cycling aspect of the Franklin Gardens junction, it would be a far better design. And finally, there's a request to review the excessive bureaucratic oversight on infrastructure projects. That means that today, after a really difficult and thoughtful debate about the busway, which we took a vote on today, the votes have to come back here. So after they have been to the Secretary of State for Transport. And so this is about, as Councillor Moschini said, getting things done, moving more quickly and moving more speedily.
Speaking of moving more speedily, you are now out of time. Who would you like to second your motion? Councillor Bradnam, would you like to speak now or to reserve your right to speak?
Thank you, Chair. I'll reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thompson.
Is it okay if I sit down? Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Hathorn, for bringing this motion to Council. I'm speaking in favour of this motion, particularly in the context of my community, Northstowe. As many of you know, Northstowe is a new and growing town, but we're already facing challenges as development continues. One of the most pressing issues to our residents is the outdated infrastructure and planning decision made over a decade ago based on trigger numbers. These decisions no longer reflect the needs of today, forcing local councils to modify and rebudget, even as our resources are stretched after years of austerity and the after effects of COVID and the hiking prices in construction. In phase 1 of Northstowe, for example, our cycle routes remain incomplete, not being used as intended. Residents frequently park on these routes, blocking access for cyclists, creating safety concerns and confusion. Additionally, our pavements and paths are often unsuitable for people with disabilities or parents with prams, which severely limits accessibility across the community. This isn't just a minor inconvenience, it's actively reducing the quality of life for many residents. A decade ago, active travel may not have been a major consideration in planning, but today it is essential. This situation clearly demonstrates why we need a process to review and amend decisions made years ago. What may have seemed adequate at a time no longer serves a community where many residents now work hybrid and from home. Planning consent cannot be a one-time decision locked in for over a decade. Our town and its people deserve infrastructure that meets modern standards of safety, accessibility and sustainability, and that keeps pace with the growth of Cambridgeshire. The Franklin Gardens junction, as highlighted in the motion, reflects a wider issue in growing communities like Northstowe, shows the need for developers to collaborate more effectively with local authorities and residents, ensuring that designs are updated as standards evolve and community needs change. Waiting 16 years for a design to be implemented only to find out it's already out of date, it's not just frustrating, it undermines both the government's growth targets and our local ambitions. I also want to emphasise that the growth is not just about building houses, it's about creating communities that work for everyone, whether they are cyclists, motorists, disabled residents or families. To achieve this, we must have the flexibility to revisit and revise planning decisions as communities evolve. In conclusion, I urge the Council to support this motion and work towards a planning system that is both responsive and responsible. We must ensure that the future developments are not held back by outdated decisions, but are instead shaped by modern standards that are sustainable and, more importantly, by the voices of the people who live in them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dr. Seif.
Thank you, Chairman. Think of ourselves, at any rate, as an advanced society. But in terms of planning, if you take planning as a process of looking forward to the future and taking action accordingly, I sometimes think, or it certainly seems to be, that we live in the dark ages. We've got very sophisticated methods at our disposal for determining the needs of our population, forecasting economic growth, societal change, and the means, physical means, to construct facilities that will meet those requirements. But as Councillor Haythorne has said, in her egregious example of Franklin Gardens, our planning of urban development does not always take a strategic view. resolve conflicting or competing needs, coordinate with complementary services, and recognise changing circumstances. We encourage massive new housing developments and misjudge or worse, ignore the requirements of the people who are going to live in those developments for healthcare, education, and transport provision. We've known for decades that hospitals are not places in which to provide social care for an increasingly aging population, but have not planned for alternative facilities to accommodate them. We've known for decades that climate change will bring challenges, but we still build on floodplains, delay decisions on renewable energy generation and energy-saving installations, and do little to reallocate vulnerable existing settlements until they're inundated. And I won't mention all the shortcomings in other areas where we could be thinking ahead in terms of things like sewage treatment, waste disposal, and road maintenance. We always leave it until late. We leave it until the problems emerge, and then we start dealing with them. That's what I meant by the Dark Ages. Well, I doubt that were even it to be possible, that very few people, or none of us here, would want to live in communities that are perfectly planned physically and regimented socially. North Korea comes to mind. We like to have a moan about things, and in a way that generates creativity and innovation. We think then about how we're going to solve a problem. But I agree with Councillor Haythorne that as a nation, we need to ensure that our planning systems, in the general sense, join the dots, and as a council and as individual councillors, we should improve our engagement with our residents with regard to their concerns, values and needs, and through training, give ourselves a better understanding of the processes of planning with a view to securing good long-term outcomes. I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gough.
Thank you, Chair. It would be remiss of me not to speak on this very good motion as a representative of a village which has actually had very substantial development of new housing over the last 10 years or so. And it is a great frustration to the residents of my community that there is a gap between the development of housing and the development of the transportation infrastructure and active travel infrastructure, which should go along with those developments. And they just don't understand why there is such a gap between those two things. So I support this motion if it has the objective of trying to get the county council and the developers to work more closely together. But I would respectfully ask the chief executive, as he considers and contemplates the powers which he might want incrementally with respect to developers, to also reflect on how we use the powers which we actually currently have. And with respect to the developments in my village, we have active travel infrastructure, which was a pre-commencement condition for the development of new housing, which is not being delivered 8 years after the development has been commenced. We have another example where other infrastructure associated with the improvements of junctions, which were pre-commencement conditions on developments which were 5 years ago, still have not been actually delivered. So we also need to look at ourselves as well in terms of how are we using the powers which we have available to make sure that this gap between infrastructure development and housing development doesn't grow over time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Count.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and quite short and sharp on this one. Not so sharp, but generally speaking, in support, Ross. Councillor Hathorne's apologies. I agree with the actual premise behind it. It's just the irony of a particular inclusion that I wanted to draw your attention to. And a quote from the motion: "There is a need to streamline the Transport and Works Act order process so that the same decision is not coming back repeatedly to the same people, causing delays and risk. Now, wouldn't it be nice if on occasion we were given an option where we didn't have to use a Transport and Works Act order? I think I'll leave that there.
Very wise, Councillor Camp. Councillor Goldsack.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, there's nothing to not support on this motion. Maybe I got lost a little bit in the detail of it and the reading of it. But the vast majority of significant planning applications are still made at district level, and there's very little reference in this motion to working better with our district partners or getting better control. It's about what we can do. And I'll be honest with you, there are subsets of planning authority decisions that do impact, like a development that suddenly reads a road closure, and that road closure is diverted, and the continual diversion route for the A142 in my ward is to divert them onto severely damaged, peat damaged roads, causing a threat to life. And you kind of think, and I don't know how many times we've got to shout and say these things. These would be a much better addition and a much better inclusion in what is a pretty decent motion. So I will be supporting it, but I can't help emphasising in this pointing a finger at other people to do things. There's three fingers pointing back at us as well. And I think we've got to take more responsibility for our own actions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bradnam, you reserved your right to speak. Now, you are a very privileged councillor to actually rise to music.
I'm delighted. I shan't be doing any dancing. Right. So thank you, Chair. This motion seeks to improve the way in which planning works in practice and on the ground. Councillor Hathorn illustrates her points with reference to the development at Darwin Green, approved in 2008, which has a junction onto Histon Road. Planning for this, with the collaboration with the GCP, as she has described, could have brought forward a much better junction. And Section 278 is the legal framework through which this junction was delivered. Section 278 is an agreement between the developer and County Highways for installations in the highway extent. Just one moment, excuse me, please. Ugh. Just let me move my cursor. And these are an agreement between the developer and County Highways in the highway extent. It's appropriate mostly for utilities installations, but does not require formal consultation. The process is that the developer proposes a design, County suggests any amendments for safety, the developer revises the design, and the project is, generally speaking, built with some safety checks prior on the paper version and early on and then later on. Under 278, there is no requirement for formal consultation or public input, and it's this aspect that's problematic when used for infrastructure that has a wider impact on our communities. Often residents, given the opportunity, have useful contributions to make with regard to design. Locally, we have another example where the enlightened developer of Waterbeach Newtown, Urban and Civic, did engage in informal pre-application public consultations to upgrade the Mearway bridle path to a cycle path between Waterbeach and Cambridge, and also the A10 cycle path. I'm still not dancing. The purpose was to encourage as many people as possible to cycle and use active travel rather than put an extra car on the A10. Sorry. Well, as a result of this generous approach from Urban and Civic, who listened to requests from local people and sometimes made subtle but significant improvements in the final design, and that makes the cycle path both safer and more user-friendly. Similarly, for the Mearway. These routes have had their problems during delivery, but they are both extremely well-used cycle paths. And with the Mearway, that's even though the final connection to Waterbeach awaits the progress of the new town and a bridge over the A10 for its completion. So this shows that good infrastructure will encourage more active transport. And I hope alongside and as part of the proposals that are in the the motion A to D, we can encourage a more collaborative approach to section 278 infrastructure delivery. This motion, which broadly seeks a more flexible and collaborative approach to design and delivery of infrastructure projects, which by their nature can take time to come to fruition. The point is we need flexibility to incorporate improvements driven by updated legislation and guidance before these projects are finally delivered. So I'm very happy to second this motion and thank Councillor Hathorn for bringing it.
Thank you. Councillor Hathorn, if you'd like to sum up and perhaps either hold the microphone close to you or do feel free to sit down, whichever you prefer.
Thank you, Chair. So firstly, I'll apologise because the motion lost some clarity through the process of me submitting it and it coming to council. It did have more requests at local level, particularly in regard to section 278 agreements and getting public consultation along the way. Council felt that that was not something that they were able to do, so that was removed, and it has sort of altered the shape of the motion. But I would like to see anything involving more collaboration and consultation with the public during these particularly complex and controversial projects. Part of the benefit of bringing a motion to council and having training is that it offers a forum for communication whereby we can talk about the issues we experience and we can make sure that officers hear those issues. One of the great things about this council is that when you raise issues with officers, they often find solutions, and actually that is why I'm very supportive of having a request for training. One thing I didn't raise when I first spoke was the need to try to press for a time limit of 3 years between planning permission and delivery of highways infrastructure, because things can change. And in regards to the Franklin Gardens junction, the entire Histon Road scheme, the GCP itself went from not existing at all to forming and delivering an entire road scheme around a place where a bit of planning remains locked like an island in 2008. And I think the point that Councillor Gough makes about the council doing a better job is very important, and one of those things that I think the feedback to officers needs to be listened to, and also that officers, I really hope, will take that seriously. And finally, Councillors Thompson and Goldsack raised really important points, that it's not just the final outcome that we need to be concerned about. We need to be doing a better job in how we structure projects throughout the delivery phase, because that can go on for years and decades, and people have to live with these things. And even a massive diversion over a week is massively disruptive and can be really problematic for people. So yes, so I'm recommending my motion, and I hope we all have an opportunity to think more and learn more about planning.
Thank you for that. There seems to be a general consensus in support of the motion. If anyone disagrees with that, could you raise your hand now? That being the case, I see no objections. We shall take the motion as carried. That concludes the discussion of the second motion. It's quite a lot more motions and questions and so on yet to come. We now move to the third motion submitted by Councillor Lorna Dupre. Can I ask Councillor Dupre to move and speak to her motion as set out on pages 6 to 7 of the Council agenda? Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Chair. Many here today will be aware of the tragic death of a mother and her 2 children in Cambridge nearly 16 months ago. They died in a fire which took hold rapidly in their home when a faulty replacement e-bicycle battery caught alight. It had been purchased online after the original battery had been stolen. Lithium-ion batteries are increasingly being used in a wide range of household goods. When they overheat, which they can do for a variety of reasons, this can lead to unstoppable thermal runaway, uncontrolled chemical reactions, explosions, and fires which are very difficult to control. The importation of lithium-ion batteries into the UK without adequate requirements for independent testing is a particular risk, particularly when bought online. While high street shops have a responsibility to ensure the safety of electrical goods they sell, online retailers do not. It is even possible to buy online electrical products no longer available on the high street because they have been recalled by their manufacturers. Increasing use of lithium-ion batteries has led to increasing risk of fire. Fires in people's homes, as in the Cambridge tragedy, fires in waste collection vehicles, fires at waste sites. A growing threat to residents at home, to council waste crews and to firefighters. Local authorities such as ours and our partners are doing what we can to spread the word, but that's not enough. Lord Foster of Bath and the charity Electrical Safety First have been calling for some time for changes in the law to improve the safety of lithium-ion batteries. Firstly, there must be a regime of independent approval testing so that the UK public can be assured that the batteries they are buying are safe. Secondly, there must be regulations for the safe disposal of lithium-ion batteries. And thirdly, there must be adequate controls to address specific fire safety concerns. These include the safety of chargers and of conversion kits, such as those that turn push bikes into e-bikes. This motion asks that we, as a council, endorse the proposals by Lord Foster and Electrical Safety First. Furthermore, it asks that the Chief Executive write to the Minister to encourage the government to support new legislation, and to our partners in the Fire Authority, RECAP and constituent authorities to spread the message and encourage them to make their own representations. I hope this motion will achieve unanimity and strongly encourage all members to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy, I understand you're seconding. Are you, do you wish to speak now, or are you reserving your right to speak?
I'll reserve my right to speak, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bywater.
Thank you very much, Chair. I rise in support of this motion in principle. This motion highlights the significant risk posed by lithium batteries, particularly in household items such as e-bikes and e-scooters, and the devastating consequences of thermal runaway incidents. The tragic fire in Cambridge is a sobering reminder of the importance of this issue. However, as members of the authority on this council will know, I've been pushing the issue of battery fires and the associated risks at the fire service for many years. I am pleased to see that the fire service now has this high on their risk register, and I'm also pleased to see that the publicity and communications that are going out in relation to this. But while this is encouraging, the report does not go far enough, particularly regarding large-scale EV storage sites like Witton and Alconbury. These locations are storing hundreds, possibly thousands of vehicles, many of which are electric, and there is currently no clear legislation governing the safety and storage of these vehicles. And I quote the fire service because I spoke to them about it, and their reply to me was, without proper regulations in place, we cannot be confident that sufficient mitigation measures are in place to prevent fires from escalating into major incidents at large-scale EV storage sites. So while I acknowledge that the Home Office funding research into EV firefighting and other government departments are working on this, more certainly needs to be done in relation to storage of EV vehicles. So in conclusion, I fully support this motion, but I urge us, you and this council, to keep pushing for a comprehensive legislation and guidance on the large-scale storage of EV vehicles and battery safety. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for that. Councillor Moschini.
Thank you, Chair. That was quick. I have prepared no remarks, but I absolutely have to mention a couple of things. The fire that has been mentioned already was in my division. The two children that died tragically in it were pupils at King's Edges Primary School, where I am a governor. I walk past the house almost every day. I can still see the burnt marks. I can still see the partially burned garden furniture. And I sometimes have to avert my eyes because it still makes me cry. I hope very much that we can get some action and some debate started on this issue. I am profoundly grateful to Councillor Dupre for bringing this, and I am sure that she will work with officers in carrying forward this motion and some of the work that it is asking us to do in order to make sure that this is just the beginning and not the end. And I know that she's going to be on that, because I don't want to see that again, and I don't want anybody else to see that again, not in their communities, not in their family. Sorry, I think that's enough.
Councillor Shaler.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to mention another application. I think we do need new regulations for new modes of transport, such as e-cycles and e-scooters. Among other things, these have the potential to join up and extend our passenger transport networks. But this is especially when we can take these battery-powered machines with us onto passenger transport. Currently, this is not possible due to the lack of safety standards. So please, yes, let's support this motion and Lord Foster to make lithium and future battery chemistries safe for use. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have no other member who has indicated to speak. So, Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. That very last point made by the previous speaker is absolutely relevant. Part of the reason that fire was so dreadful was because of the extremely toxic fumes that are produced by lithium-ion batteries when they burn, which have long-term effects on survivors. So absolutely, absolutely support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to second this motion. It sets out important steps that help bring about improvements in the safety in relation to this new technology. But I do accept the point that Councillor Bywater made, that it is steps towards, and there is still a great deal to do. I'm pleased to report to the Council today that the Chief Fire Officer for Cambridgeshire and our fire service more generally both fully support this motion and its recommendations. The fire service has two key concerns about this technology, which the motion addresses. First, that this technology presents a risk to both domestic and commercial environments. And second, that at present there's little to no legislation or regulation or guidance around it, which must change. The fire service does a lot nowadays in terms of education and safety awareness, working with waste disposal teams from local government, for example, and going into schools, but obviously much more is needed. For example, there's no legislation on battery energy storage systems, which you normally find in solar farms. This is particularly concerning given the fire service is not a statutory consultee in these areas. These storage systems are also being fitted within large buildings or on top of buildings, again, without legislation or guidance. Similarly, there's no guidance on EV charging points, as has been mentioned. So currently companies can fit EV chargers in multi-storey car parks or underground car parks as they wish. The technology is here to stay, but urgently needs proper legislation, regulation and guidance to ensure its safe deployment and avoid the sort of tragedies that we see in Cambridge and elsewhere. The motion is an important step towards making its use safer, and I'm very happy to support it.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Dupre.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair, and thank you for those who have contributed to this debate. I'm grateful for Councillor Bywater's support and fully agree with him, and also with other speakers who have mentioned the larger scale implications of this and the need to address this in so many different respects. There does need to be a fresh look at this and clearer legislation and, well, any legislation really to address what is a growing problem. I'm grateful to Councillors Shaler and Bradnam for their comments on aspects of this that I didn't cover in my speech, and they are absolutely right. And just to conclude by saying that I absolutely sympathise with Councillor Meschini and how dreadful it must be to pass so regularly a scene where such dreadful devastation happened and where there is a reminder of it wherever you go by. We mustn't let this happen again. We mustn't allow more tragedies such as this to take place. We must continue to press, and I will commit, as Councillor Meschini has asked, to continue to take this further forward and to work with others, such as Councillor Murphy on the Fire Authority, and to ensure that we cover this off and that we do everything in our power to press for the legislation that this so very urgently requires.
Thank you, Councillor Dupre. Now, there seems to be a general consensus in support of the motion. If anybody disagrees, please indicate now. I see no objections, so we will take that motion as carried. That concludes discussion of the third motion. We now move to the fourth motion submitted by Councillor Edna Murphy. Can I ask you, Councillor Murphy, to move and speak to your motion as set out on pages 7 to 9 of the Council agenda?
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I would like to move the motion set out in the agenda. As we all know, the A14 project was a national project involving infrastructure delivery on a massive scale. Now that this project has been officially signed off by the outgoing minister, it seems a good time to reflect on what we've learned from the experience and how we might approach the question of dealing with the problems left behind. The negative legacies of the project are very diverse and broadly include things that were done which need to be fixed, things that were lost which need to be reinstated, as well as things that were promised but not delivered. There are defective constructions and damaged roads which default to the council to fix and maintain, but we do not have adequate funding for that. Some amenities have simply been lost, from public rights of way to even pedestrian crossings. There were promises made which were not honoured. For example, residents in many villages were promised NMU cycle paths. National Highways funded a first round in January 2021, but there was never a second round. Officers are working hard to find other sources of income for these schemes, but residents remain angry they do not have these amenities and are also deeply upset that they were effectively misled. There were promises made which just don't stack up. For example, the derelict buildings in Bow Hill. Some time ago, a representative from National Highways explained to me their strategy, that they plan to sell the land to a developer. This representative then added, but of course it's never going to happen because it's landlocked, includes contaminated land, etc., etc. Yes, they have ticked the box saying they have a strategy, but the fact is they simply do not have a plan. This means that nothing will change unless and until there is some intervention and new thinking. I believe that we have a role to play in that. Some promises, however, need a great deal more information and explanation, in particular about the environmental promises made. The A14 project promised to plant 860,000 trees, and we know that most of these trees died and were replanted. National Highways revisited their planting and maintenance strategy for trees and took on more responsibility. But since the end of the project, there's been radio silence from them on the trees. From observation, it's not obvious that the strategy is working. Residents are extremely concerned and they want information. Again, I believe we can play a role in prizing this information out of National Highways and government. The A14 project promised biodiversity net gain. Much was made of the experts' prediction that using Natural England's biodiversity metric, the A14 project would produce a net 11.5% biodiversity net gain. It was a specific benefit of the scheme, but if you look at the website now, it's been downgraded to environmental improvements, much vaguer, and no information to back it up. It's vital that we understand more on this. Overall, it's vital we learn from the experience of going through this project so that we can apply lessons learned to future projects, both large and also not so large. We should therefore systematically capture all the legacy issues and consider what kind of mitigations might be effective to address residents' concerns should funding become available. I would like to think that this council could be proactively engaged in trying to broker solutions for some of these problems. bringing the challenge to national bodies and engaging with MPs of all parties in doing so. Above all, I believe that residents should not feel powerless or voiceless in dealing with national bodies or amidst these large projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Sanderson, do you wish to speak now or to reserve your right?
I will reserve my right, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to go first? Right, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I share Councillor Murphy's concern that the A14 scheme has not been completed properly. In my division, which is Godmanchester and Huntingdon South, we have benefited from the rerouting of the traffic onto the new A14 and the significantly reduced traffic through Godmanchester, but there's still lots to do on the old road. National Highways have passed over responsibility for the old A14, now the A1307, to Cambridgeshire County Council, but speed limits remain in force on the A1307 while work is undertaken to reduce flood risk and replace faulty safety barriers. We also suffer from regular flooding on the road under the A1307, which County Council officers are trying to sort out. It's time that these issues were sorted out quickly. I regularly post updates that I get from officers on Facebook about the situation, but I am getting increasingly frustrated that the works are constantly delayed. I fully support the motion and am particularly keen that we learn the lessons from the A14 project and that the outstanding matters are brought together in a single report to the Highways and Transport Committee, as long as it doesn't delay fixing the issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Murphy, for bringing this motion to Council. I support this motion, which highlights the ongoing problems caused by the A14 Huntingdon to Cambridge project. This 1.5 million project was declared a success by National Highways, opening early and under budget. But the reality for many residents, including those in my ward, is far from satisfactory. In my ward, we've had flooding issue at Oakington. Despite repeated requests, we are still waiting for reports from National Highways and the Environment Agency, which will help to model the phase 3 of Northstowe's flood attenuation. We recently discovered that while National Highways built a footpath along the B1050 towards Oakington, they failed to complete the other side leading to Swavesey. This missing path will now be funded by Northstowe Section 106 agreement. Also, only this week, we have identified the major road signs on the A1307 around the Dry Drayton Road are missing. It's unacceptable that 4 years later, we are still uncovering critical gaps in our infrastructure since the project has begun and completed. The A14 project was a nationally significant infrastructure project and should have set a high standard. Instead, we're dealing with defectively constructed structures like the sinking bridges at Bar Hill and the B1050. These issues cause daily disruption for residents who rely on this infrastructure, and no permanent solution has yet been found. On top of these issues, our residents face daily gridlock at the A14 and M11 junction during peak hours. I wonder if this impact was even considered when the project was approved. I fully support the motion's call for a comprehensive report identifying all the outstanding issues related to the A14 project and ensuring these lessons are applied to future projects such as the A428 upgrade. We must demand better from National Highways and we must push for full remediation of unresolved issues. In closing, while this project was called a success, the reality is quite different. Our residents deserve better, and we as their representatives must ensure their concerns are addressed and National Highways is held accountable. Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Chair. There's a 152-mile walk that goes between Cirensham in Northamptonshire to Kings Lynn by the Sea called the Ouse Valley Way. In 2020, I walked the whole thing in a week as part of my Mayor of St Neots fundraising objectives. I wouldn't recommend that you walk the whole thing, but the section from St Neots to Huntingdon is particularly beautiful and the best section. Unfortunately, since the A14 has been built, between Brampton and Buckton, all the foliage along the riverbanks has died and the riverbank has begun to be eroded. And the Ouse Valley Way, which was originally 150 miles, is about to be split into two 75-mile sections because the riverbank is eroding and the path is under threat. So I think it's disappointing that National Highways can spend 1.5 billion on building a road for car users and vehicles, which is great, but completely disregards the requirements of active transport users or walkers and hikers. It's a good example of that. It's happening with the A428 as well. We're fighting hard with the A421 upgrade to get active transport provisions with the help of county council officers, but basically failing. So it's really disappointing that a historic and well-loved walkway between Northamptonshire and the coast is going to be destroyed because of the lack of consideration between the brilliant engineers who built the A14 but can't work out how to fix a section of riverbank. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hathorn.
I'd also like to bring to council's attention issues with pedestrian crossing and routes for active travel users. The roundabout that sits on top of the A14, which takes residents from the north of the city along the B1049, Histon, Impington, Cottenham and so on, connects into the city. This had to be redeveloped because the entire shape of the roundabout was changed during the A14 upgrade. National Highways refused to cooperate with council officers. Council officers were never, active travel council officers were never happy with the finalised design. This meant that we ended up with a design that was low quality. It didn't meet standard active travel design guidance. Shared use paths were far too narrow and don't fit people on them. Almost as soon as the design was finished, county council money had to go back in and redo some of the crossing points because they just didn't work. It is really frustrating. It is such a waste of money. It goes back to the motion on planning. Different partners must collaborate because when they don't, it doesn't make any sense to people. Further remedial work on the junction is still in design phase and being looked at. The other real frustration is that no one has taken into account that it is not possible for wheelchair users and those with limited mobility to get into the city from the north of the A14 along the B1049 because there is no dropped curb that you can access. For a brief period of time, there was a pedestrian crossing which National Highways installed during their works, but at the point at which the County Council was trying to take ownership of it, National Highways decided, despite being in talks with the County Council, to come in and dig it up and remove it. This is unbelievably frustrating, unbelievably annoying, not a way to operate, and I hope this is covered in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have no other member who's indicated to speak. So, Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. National Highways have come in for a fair bit of criticism, I think, during this motion, and frankly, that's been justified. Let's be realistic about it. I mean, it's a good project. Generally, I think it's took a long time coming. I'm pleased to see it complete as we all are. But I think as Councillor Ferguson said, you know, £1.5 billion project. Really need to be doing better on things like the trees that have died, 160,000 of them. Somewhat tragic. But my main concern, I think Councillor Wilson, as a member next to my division in Godmanchester, highlighted, we still have problems on the A1307. That's now a road maintained by the County Council, but it was only at the end of last year that we got a commuted sum from National Highways to take on maintenance of that road. As we know, there's a 40-mile-an-hour speed limit, which of course I stick to assiduously, but many people don't, of course. And that's not entirely surprising. It shouldn't be 40 miles an hour, it should be 60 miles an hour, but there are issues with the safety barriers there. And our officers have done a great job in progressing that project. Work has already started. Flooding remains an issue there. I understand all of the plans that our officers received from National Highways were not particularly good or very helpful. There was unfortunately a fatality on that road, and I believe that the coroner said that the speed limit needed to be at 40 miles an hour, which is fully understandable. But we need to progress schemes like this. It's a legacy from the A14 project, hasn't been well handled, and as I said, we are finally making progress, but I wonder if when we come to highlight this with National Highways, they have heard a lot from local people, but I wonder if we could also highlight some of the problems with the A1307, particularly the bit from Huntingdon to Godmanchester and beyond. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sanderson. Councillor Murphy, to sum up, and I expect you've saved your criticism of the Great Ouse Bridge on the A14 failure for your summing up.
Thank you. In truth, thank you. In truth, speakers today have presented what is really a tip of the iceberg in terms of comments that colleagues have mentioned over time, that are frustrating, as I say, things that either are infrastructure that is defective, things that have just gone missing, things that have to be repaired, things that fall to the council to maintain without the funding, etc., etc., and lots of gaps. And I think that when we do if this motion is supported and we do a full report to Highways and Transport Committee, I hope that all these issues will be documented. But I'm grateful for Councillor Wilson to highlight the matter of speed limits, safety barriers, flooding, for Councillor Hathorn, describing the issue with the pedestrian crossing, and Councillors Thompson, Ferguson, and Sanderson raising some of the enormous numbers and range of issues. I think the reason for my motivation for bringing this motion was really a couple of things. One is that there are problems that do need to be fixed, and we do have to stick up for residents and try to think of ways to address them. And we can only do that if we understand what the issues are and have a period of reflection. But I also want to start the process of engagement with government and national bodies and partners, as well as MPs, to really start the process of trying to broker solutions for problems that we already know about. We will learn about more, but at the moment we do have several that are obvious. And so Councillor Wilson did not want to delay starting to address problems, and I completely understand that, and that is why I've suggested in the recommendations a process of engagement which can start now. It obviously can continue, and in the meanwhile we can draw up a report and reflect properly and in good time to consider the whole range of issues, because some of these problems perhaps could have been prevented or anticipated and mitigated. So I'm very grateful for the speakers bringing their issues to this debate, and I am really happy to support and advocate this motion to the council.
Thank you very much. Now, there seems to be a general consensus in support of the motion. If anybody disagrees, can you raise your hand? I see no objection, so we will take the motion as carried. That concludes discussion of the fourth motion. I've received written notification that Councillor Steve Count has withdrawn his motion, so discussion of the motions is now concluded. We move on to item 11A as set out on the agenda, which is the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority and Overview and Scrutiny Committee oral questions, which will be dealt with in accordance with the protocol set out in Annex 1 of Part 4.1 Council Procedure Rules of the Council's Constitution, which I'm sure you all know very well. Can I remind you that councillors may ask questions for a response by the Council's appointee on the Combined Authority and its appointees to the Combined Authority Overview and Scrutiny Committee, which relate to the decisions of the Combined Authority Board and Overview and Scrutiny Committee as set out in the generic report provided. The generic report summarising the decisions made by the Combined Authorities formal committees is included on the Council agenda on page 62. Can you please raise your hand if you wish to ask a question of Councillor Netzinger, the Council's appointee on the board? You will have 2 minutes in which to ask a question and 1 for a supplementary, with up to a maximum of 2 minutes for a direct oral response to each. And the first one is Councillor Goodliffe.
Thank you, Chair. I was delighted with the Mayor's release of the Tiger bus passes for under 25s earlier this year. Please, could you tell us how many Tiger bus passes have been issued, how many journeys they've been used for, and the average savings per journey? Thank you.
Thank you. As a short person, I'm happy to stand up. And I hope you can still hear me. Yes, I am. And I am also very grateful to Councillor Goodliffe for letting me know that she was planning to ask about this. So I was able to get the figures that she asked for, which I have to say I would not otherwise have in my head. So 29,543 passes have been issued. 199,323 journeys have been made, and the average saving for under 16s is 71p, and the average saving for over 16s is £1. So that's a pretty impressive set of cheaper journeys for families of young people and young people themselves. And just remembering that the families of young people, those are who sorry, who are traveling a lot by buses, some of those people will be people for whom every pound makes a difference. So I think that that's been a very successful introduction. I know it's caused some issues in some places, which may come up in some of the other questions, but I think it is really a good news story in terms of demonstrating that actually if you make it easy for people to use buses and cheap for people to use buses, my goodness, they will. Thank you.
Councillor Goodliffe, do you have a supplementary question?
Not a question, thank you, Chair, but thank you very much, Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shaler.
Thank you very much, Chair. In under 13 bus network update, does Councillor Netzinger agree that the combined authorities' work on bus reform has profound implications for rebuilding our passenger transport network, not least coordination between buses and trains across the county and the entire CA region? Thank you.
Councillor Netzinger.
I do, and I think the consultation is still open. So if anybody hasn't taken part in the bus consultation that is currently underway at the Combined Authority, I would encourage them to do so. I think it's very clear that improving our bus service makes a huge difference to many people across the county, and the more we can do of it, the better. We will be much more effective in doing that. Whichever form of change comes in, it will be better afterwards. Thank you.
Councillor Shaler, do you have a supplementary?
No, that was a fine answer. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Dr. Boulat.
Thank you, Chair. So I welcome the recent decision by the Combined Authority to extend the free all-day travel for concessionary bus passes from May. And on a related note, I also welcome the Transport Secretary confirming earlier this month that there are no plans to remove the concessionary bus passes, unlike speculated previously. There will be a positive impact, of course, on residents who will be able to travel before 9:30 a.m. in the morning on weekdays using their free pass, which is really important, especially for those relying on buses and on public transport for health appointments in particular, but also other peak time commitments. So I'd like to ask if the CPCA is planning any awareness campaigns so residents know that their bus passes will work before 9:30 a.m. on weekdays from May, when this decision will be implemented. And secondly, how the CPCA will monitor morning bus use after the change to ensure this service frequency is actually appropriate, because especially after the introduction of the Tiger Pass, which I really welcome as well, there is seen as an increased usage, especially around the busway from St. Ives to Cambridge, but also other services as well. So I do think we should monitor this and try to have more frequent services if needed, especially on those highly used routes. Thank you.
Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. Yes. So it is clear that the new opening up of the concessionary bus passes is going to mean that there needs to be quite a lot of monitoring about what happens with bus services, some of which are already extremely busy at that time of day. And I think that the officers at the Combined Authority are aware of that. They are in the process of talking to the bus operators about how the changes to the concessionary fare scheme will come into force. And once they've had those conversations with the operators, there will be an awareness campaign. But I think it's important that they make sure that they've talked to the officers thoroughly first before they do that awareness campaign. And the Combined Authority officers have also been very clear that sort of as more and more of these changes to the bus services come in, there's going to need to be a constant discussion with bus operators about where there are pressures in the system and how changes to the system are impacting on what else needs to be done. So that it kind of needs to be a dynamic process. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. Councillor Dr. Boulat, do you have a supplementary?
Just to say thank you for the answer. And I think once this monitoring is completed, I think it'll be interesting for councillors, especially for the routes affecting our divisions, to get that data and to know which services perhaps need a few more services to put in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. My question is really about the ongoing busway crisis, which is a significant concern for my residents and many across Greater Cambridgeshire, St Ives and onwards, who are dependent on the service. I fully support the success of the Tiger Bus Pass, which is a crucial initiative to help the cost of living for families. However, since 5th of September, the growing concern that pupils and residents cannot get on buses is not a good one to be in, to be honest. My question really is, how can we find an effective resolution to the ongoing busway crisis while developing a sustainable service model that accommodates Northstowe and its growth, expands bus services to Longstanton Park and Ride as a hub, i.e. the planned service from Sutton, East Cambs, and supports the cost of living initiative like the Tiger Bus Pass? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. First of all, I want to say a big thank you to Councillor Thompson for the extraordinary amount of work she's put and time and effort she's put into trying to cope with the crisis that there has been on the busway over the last couple of months. She has been tireless in raising this issue and making sure that it got the attention that it needed. And her efforts have been very effective in persuading Stagecoach to take notice and I hope put on some new services in the relatively near future. So thank you, Farouz, for that. But I absolutely recognise that is a part of the problem that may be better in the future, but that the bigger issue of capacity on the busway remains and needs a much more strategic solution. I think that the assumption from the combined authority officers is that the new tendered service, which will run directly from Huntingdon into Cambridge without stopping, will mean that there is more capacity on the buses that do stop to pick up people at the stops on the way. So some of that may be helped by the new tendered services, but as in my answer to Councillor Boulat, I think the officers are very aware that there needs to be a really close attention to places where changes to new services are putting a lot of pressure on other services, and therefore there is a need for more capacity. I do want to really emphasise, though, and I know that everybody who's spoken has already kind of recognised this, that the issues of having too many people on the buses, while they cause their own problems and are massively frustrating for people who find that they're waiting at the bus stop and the bus goes past and it's full, in some ways that is the problem going in the right direction, if that makes sense. In so many other parts of the country, people are cutting bus services and losing bus services and becoming more and more dependent on
Councillor
their cars.
Netzinger, you can continue once Councillor Thompson's asked her supplementary question. Councillor Thompson?
No supplementary question, but just...
Well, make something up.
Okay, I'll make something. Would you like to expand on that, Councillor Singer?
Councillor Thompson would like you to expand on the point.
Thank you. I will expand very, very briefly. We are, I mean, it is a problem that there are not enough buses on the busway. It is a demonstration that if you provide the infrastructure, people will use it. And that's a very important lesson. Thank you.
Thank you for that. No other questions. So could you please raise your hand if you wish to ask a question of Councillors Bradnam and or Goldsack, the Council's appointees on the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Again, you have 2 minutes in which to ask a question, 1 for a supplementary, with up to maximum of 2 minutes for a direct oral response to each. Anyone? Splendid. I propose now to take questions on fire authority issues. This will be dealt with in accordance with the guidelines agreed by the council. The report from the fire authority is very full and included on the council agenda, pages 63 to 71. But before I open this item up to questions, I would like to invite the chair of the fire authority, Councillor Edna Murphy, to introduce the report. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. I would really just invite members to note the contents of the report. It covers all the issues that have happened recently, including having a new chief fire officer and more besides. Thank you.
Splendid. Who'd like to ask the first question on fire authority business to the chair of the fire authority? Or indeed the last. So that would appear to be nobody. We move on then to written questions, of which there have been none. That concludes the business on the agenda for today. Thank you for your contribution and have a safe journey home.